For official purposes, I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to Panel 1, to meeting number 22, Panel 1 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th, the committee is meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to facilitate the work of our interpreters and ensure an orderly meeting, I would like to just outline a couple of rules. One, interpretation in this video conference will work very much the same as it does in regular committees, and a number of you have been before the committees before. You have the choice at the very bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. Speak as slowly as you can and as clearly as you can for the interpreters to pick it up. Your mute screen is down in the bottom corner, and stay muted until you're called upon, if you could. So with that, we will get started. And I don't believe Peter or Pierre come on yet, did they? Don't see them. All right, and then as chair and on behalf of the committee, I do want to thank everyone for coming. We've been trying to get a lot of witnesses in. I know Sarm has been trying to get on here for about 3 weeks as an example of one. There is a lot of witnesses on this panel, 8. And I'd like, if you can, hold it as tight as possible to the 5 minutes, so we'll have time for questions. So with that, we'll start with the city. Maybe we'd better not go to Burnaby first because Peter isn't on yet. We'll go to the city of St. Albert, if we could, with Mayor Kathy Herron. Kathy, do you want to start? Madam Mayor?
I would love to start. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to the members of the committee for inviting me to speak. This is an excellent opportunity to identify some of the work St. Albert has undertaken at a municipal level through the response phase to this pandemic, and to discuss opportunities and challenges we foresee in the mid to long term as we prepare for recovery. So yes, my name is Kathy Herron. It's my honor to serve as the mayor of the city of St. Albert. I also serve as the vice president of the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association. So St. Albert is consistently recognized as one of the best communities in Canada to live and raise a family, positioned within the Edmonton metropolitan region with over 66,000 residents. We encounter the same opportunities and challenges as big cities, yet maintain our small town feel. St. Albert has been a leader on a number of fronts in recent years, including international recognition as a smart city, banning of conversion therapy, and recognition as the healthiest community in Canada. As of today, Alberta Health Services has reported that 27 of our residents in St. Albert have contracted COVID-19. Of these cases, 3 are still active and 24 have recovered. Thankfully, none of our residents have succumbed to the disease, and we hope this remains the case. Our local RCMP and municipal enforcement services report that our residents are doing an excellent job in complying with the public health orders, avoiding large gatherings, and maintaining physical distancing. Our businesses and residents have demonstrated their willingness to make the sacrifices required for our city to overcome this challenge and to create a new normal in our community. We are really grateful for the high level of compliance in St. Albert and have every reason to believe this cooperative attitude will continue. This is one of the reasons we have to date not felt the need to declare a state of local emergency. When the World Health Organization declared a pandemic, we activated our Emergency Operations Center to centralize and coordinate our response to COVID-19. I believe that the steps taken in St. Albert to respond to the pandemic are similar to the actions of other municipalities across Canada. For example, we've taken actions to provide immediate tax and utility relief through deferrals. We have offered free transit, as well as cost reduction measures such as temporarily laying off 30% of our workforce. While we're still very much in the response phase to this pandemic, St. Albert City Council has already struck a recovery task force to help guide us through the balance of 2020 and the year to follow. Ultimately, the successful Future emergence will link back to our ability to access revenues today. What we're going to need from the federal government are assurances of improved access to federal support and its alignment with our provincial government. Federal support to backstop municipalities is essential for 3 reasons. The federal government has the best, most affordable access to market liquidity. A federal program can be prolonged, which I expect is going to be necessary as we learn the longer lasting impacts of the pandemic over time. It's going to take time for municipalities to adjust their governance and business models to the new way of doing things, and a return to positive economic positions will lag based on that turnaround time. And finally, municipalities are where the economic recovery will happen. Encouraging cities to take on more debt or run a deficit only postpones recovery. Our outdated fiscal framework has brought us to a tipping point, and we have limited avenues to cash flow. At this time of uncertainty, Canadians need support and leadership. No matter where it comes from, it needs to be dependable, aligned, and to rise above partisan politics. As municipal leaders, we're going to be on the front line of helping reimagine our communities in a post-COVID world, but we need the tools to do it. Ultimately, all 3 orders of government have a role to play to support Canadians through the pandemic response and recovery period. The City of St. Albert is committed to working with the provincial and federal governments to find solutions that support our residents and businesses in the coming months. As I mentioned, federal support to backstop municipalities will provide a level of certainty and enable cities like ours to focus on providing essential frontline services to residents and businesses in our communities. Any support, whether it be operation injections or capital, will need to be fast and easy. Municipalities have always appreciated the gas tax and see this as the perfect tool to deliver support. I do believe that this may be the very first time in recent history our level of government has reached out asking for this type of help, and we do not make this request lightly. So thank you again for the opportunity to address you today and share St. Albert's story. And I hope that was under 5 minutes.
It was a whole half a minute under. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I do see Peter Julian and Pierre on. Peter, do you want to give us a quick sound test?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Hope you can hear me. And it's a glorious day out here in Westminster, Burnaby. Looking forward to hearing from our 2 mayors.
Okay there, technicians?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Pierre Polyev. Do you want to give us a sound test? Unmute your phone there.
Good day from the beautiful Carleton countryside.
Yep.
I was just looking at your bookcase there, Pierre. I see you get one on John Chrétien there. We'll start. We'll start back then with the city of
Try to
Burnaby.
keep a close eye on you guys.
That's right, Mayor Mike Hurley, city of Burnaby. Mayor, go ahead.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you to the committee and especially to my MP, Peter Julian, for bringing this forward for this opportunity. I believe these dialogues are important and provide a mechanism to share information whereby all levels of government can work together and aid one another, all for the common good of Canadians. The federal government's focus on supports and efforts provided so far in the pandemic are very much appreciated, and we all thank you. At the local government level, our efforts and tremendous dedication of our workforce continues to work in steps with our local communities, delivering many hours of much-needed essential services and never wavering in our dedication and commitment to our residents. However, there continues to be an urgent need for federal government support to local governments to sustain our communities and ensure a successful recovery. Local governments and their respective communities continue to suffer as many recently announced federal programs do not extend to local governments. Local governments are the closest connection to the people as we provide essential services in meeting the needs of residents. Protective services include fire and police, water, sewer, roads, drainage, and garbage that form the basic needs of our citizens, which must be maintained to ensure livability and sustainability. Local governments continue to be the mechanism that ensure communities remain safe and citizens receive the basic needs that they have come to expect as Canadians in whatever community they live. Current programs offered by the federal government, the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, Temporary Wage Subsidy, and the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance have been put in place to help Canadian businesses. But none of these are offered to the local governments. We are on the ground every day, striving to meet the needs of the citizens and communities directly. Specifically, the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy Program provides business owners with 75% of the employees' wages to maintain business continuity and to keep employees at work. As one of the biggest local employers, if this program was to be extended to local government, our city would keep staff employed. For the city of Burnaby, facility closures, including recreation centers with pools, skating rinks, libraries, and cultural centers, have translated to many lost revenues. The financial impact of lost revenues is currently sitting between $5 and $6 million per month. The anticipated costs related to the pandemic are well beyond normal spending patterns. The pandemic is forcing a financial crisis the local governments will have a difficult time recovering from without any aid, and some local governments may never be able to recover. Loss in revenues and additional expenditures have forced the city of Burnaby to lay off 1,500 hardworking and committed staff. We are continuously looking at ways to reduce costs by adjusting operations and canceling or deferring needed projects in the community. However, these acts are not by any means slowing the financial drain. The vulnerable population, specifically the homeless and seniors, are struggling in the community. Programs previously offered by other levels of government have been downloaded to local governments. The city of Burnaby has extended the provision of warming centers to meet the needs of our homeless population, and we continue to reach out to our seniors within the community to ensure their basic needs are being met daily. There is no funding for any of these programs, but as a local government, the people's government, we have and will continue to go over and above to ensure our citizens' needs are satisfied. But this very important and critical work will only be sustainable for so long. At the very least, the federal government needs to provide local governments with funding similar to the financial aid programs offered to the business community. This would allow us to recall staff that have been laid off, provide the much needed services required in our community. Federal aid is urged, and all levels of government must work together to ensure all citizens, regarding a neighborhood from Burnaby to St. John's, are able to survive through this crisis and weather the storm. I will hope you will see that the support for local government is an essential piece in ensuring a successful recovery from this pandemic. And I hope that the federal government will seriously consider FCM's call for targeting emergency operating funding for cities, as well as my request to the federal government to extend the emergency wage subsidy program and other programs mentioned earlier to local governments. We want to ramp up quickly to mobilize our staff and community on the important work of restoring our economy. This will ensure that we can return to be the thriving country we all know and love. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to share my comments and concerns with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hurley. Turning now to the City of New Westminster, Mayor Jonathan Cote.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to share some of the challenges, both from cities. My comments today are really going to focus on the impacts to transit agencies. I currently serve as the mayor of the city of New Westminster, but I'm also the chair of the Mayor's Council in Metro Vancouver, which represents the 21 mayors in the region and the Tsawwassen First Nation. TransLink, our transit agency, provides public transit service and provides support to the major road network, serving 2.5 million people in the Metro Vancouver region. We know that COVID-19 has had devastating impacts all across the country and through all aspects of society. But these impacts have been particularly acute to public transit systems. Here at TransLink, our major revenue source is transit fares, and with transit ridership down 80%, our organization is losing $75 million a month. This is certainly not sustainable and is creating tremendous pressure on our transportation agency. Despite having significant declines in transit ridership, we are still finding that 75,000 residents in Metro Vancouver are still very much dependent on our transit system. Our surveys have indicated that 9 in 10 trips on our transit system today are related to essential service, whether that's working at a grocery store, going to a grocery store, or to do with Vancouver also do not own a car. So there are many folks in our region who do not have alternative transportation options. In light of the crisis that has faced us, TransLink has taken the difficult steps to significantly reduce transit service in the region, cutting transit service approximately around 40% in the region. Despite these very significant impacts that are impacting riders across our region, TransLink estimates that we are still going to be losing $40 to $50 million a month because of the revenue shortfalls because of the crisis. So I really appreciate the opportunity to come to this committee to hopefully implore the federal government to see how it can play a partnering role and help support viable transit service, not only during the crisis, but also as we emerge from the crisis. Other countries around the world have already recognized that transit service is important both at this time and during the recovery, and have developed emergency relief programs. So from the perspective of TransLink, we know that the challenges that we face in delivering public transit are challenges that are faced by major transit agencies all across the country, and that this is a really a national issue. As we deal with the emergent crisis that we're dealing with right now, and as we start to plan towards the recovery, we strongly feel that a viable and functioning public transit system will be necessary during both those phases. And given that this is a national issue facing transit agencies all across the country, we want the federal government to have a serious look at opportunities for emergency relief, with particular focus with the work that FCM has done and their work on laying out a plan to keep public transit viable in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Then turning to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Bill Karsten, President. Welcome, Bill. Floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the committee for inviting the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to join you today. And I certainly also want to take a moment just to thank the other mayors that were able to join us today, and all of the witnesses to bring this information to your attention. On behalf of our membership, Mr. Chair, let me say how much we do appreciate the steps that have been taken to date by the federal government to certainly continue to hold these meetings. And we appreciate the work being done quickly, also by the federal government, to support Canadians in the midst of this pandemic. This moment, the moment we're in right now, requires urgency. So let me start, if I may, Mr. Chair, by being as clear as possible. On behalf of more than 2,000 member municipalities from coast to coast to coast of all sizes, we stand united with one voice. Canadian municipalities are facing a financial crisis that puts Canadians at further risk. This crisis affects communities large and small, urban and rural, in unique ways. Unanticipated costs that are rising as municipalities across the country support frontline health action and deliver essential response services. At the same time, revenues are plummeting. This is a crisis of non-recoverable losses. Billions have been lost from deferred property taxes, utility charges, and user fees, as our previous speaker said, such as transit. To reiterate the loss from transit, cities and communities, Mr. Chair, are losing $400 million each month from lost transit ridership alone. We estimate that 25,000 jobs have been lost at municipal level, with another 7,000 temporary roles gone unfilled. Much like Burnaby, the number is about the same in Halifax at approximately 1,500. Yet, these are essential services, not luxuries, that municipal leaders need to maintain now more than ever. Police, fire, ambulances when you need them, clear tap water and garbage collection. With few fiscal tools available and no legal ability to run deficits, local leaders are facing challenges that we've never seen before. Cities and communities, as we know, many times prior, and I've certainly been a witness at this committee before, and we've said that major economic drivers for Canada is what cities and communities are. These emerging crises represents a destabilizing force of our national economy and the daily lives of all Canadians. In the absence of significant action from either provincial or federal governments to address severe revenue shortfalls resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, FCM is calling on all orders of government to work together in partnership. That is why today we are here and why yesterday FCM made an urgent appeal nationwide to the national leadership on behalf of cities and communities across the country. We are calling for emergency operating funding for municipalities, at least $10 billion in targeted emergency operating funding to all local governments as direct allocations. We propose a hybrid formula based on gas tax fund with a ridership-based allocation for cities that operate transit systems, much as was just mentioned moments ago. Next, deliver additional emergency operating funding to individual local governments facing very unique financial pressures related to COVID-19. We ask that there be a commitment to revisit the need for additional operating funding in about 4 months' time. And we ask that local governments have the ability to transfer unused allocations to the federal gas tax program for capital expenditures to help Canada's economy recover when the time comes. Make no mistake, municipal leaders are working flat out to help Canadians through this. We really do realize that there is a provincial role, Mr. Chair, one that we agree they should not abdicate. However, we can't let the impact of that principle default municipalities into deep austerity. This is simply too urgent. This is simply too serious and now requires an immediate federal intervention. Our federal municipal partnership, as we know and we're very proud of, has delivered remarkable results. Deepening that partnership now will protect Canadians through this pandemic. We are ready to work with all of you to ensure Canadians emerge from this crisis as safely as possible. Thank you again so much for having us all here today. And after a while, I'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Bill. Then turning to the Government of the Northwest Territories, Minister, Wazonik. Minister, go ahead. I probably don't have your name right. Go ahead.
I've long given up on my name, but thank you for trying. Wozniak. Bon après-midi, tout le monde. Bon après-midi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation today.
Finance for the Northwest Territories, Minister of Justice as well, and Attorney General. I'm aiming for 5 minutes, but I may be 1 or 2 over. I'll do my best. COVID-19 has exposed the depth of economic and social vulnerabilities in the Northwest Territories, particularly in small communities. From healthcare access to reliance on airlines for our food security, to the lack of internet connectivity in homes. Our non-public sector economy is driven by the mineral resource industry, primarily diamonds. This is a luxury good commodity market, and it's susceptible to fluctuations outside of our control. Our population has many pre-existing health vulnerabilities. Low rates of educational outcomes already exist, and a recent history of both individual and collective trauma stemming in part from residential schools. COVID-19 has brought the collective impacts of all of these realities and other challenges into sharp focus for us. Even with all of this adversity, I am proud of the way the Northwest Territories residents, businesses, and communities have rallied to respect the health measures that are being put in place to minimize COVID-19 and to keep it out of our remote communities. My opening comments now will speak to both our challenges and our opportunities that COVID-19 has brought into focus and the responses we believe are needed to build our strong and sustainable North. Our strengths. Our people. The Northwest Territories is made up of very strong and resilient people, and we are at our best when we work together, as is being demonstrated now by active collaboration between public and Indigenous governments. Mineral resources. Significant mineral resource potential across the Northwest Territories' vast geography continues to exist. Notable examples are lithium and rare earth minerals, which could gain greater prominence if COVID-19 advances the conversation about increased use of green energy. The Northwest Territories is a key entry point to the Arctic Ocean and the Northwest Passage. The geopolitical importance of the Arctic, as well as direct economic potential, is unaffected by COVID-19. Cultural diversity. We celebrate and protect 11 official languages here in the Northwest Territories. Each one is translated in our Legislative Assembly. Cultural knowledge, particularly interest in Indigenous cultures and language, is an area of growing interest across the world. Many of our strengths have not been diminished by COVID-19. Anecdotal evidence so far suggests that the aggressive measures announced by the federal government, combined with our own government's support for Northwest Territories residents and businesses, will do much to stabilize the immediate economic situation. We are especially appreciative of the programs that have been targeted specifically for the North, such as the $8.7 million to support Northwest Territories Airlines. Now, some challenges that have been brought into focus by COVID-19. The Northwest Territories has the largest infrastructure deficit in Canada. We have airports that allow limited aircraft. We have only a small handful of emergency shelters in only a few regional centers, and we have high food insecurity. COVID-19 has highlighted and in some cases exacerbated these weaknesses. Just a few other examples for you. In education, every school district right now is struggling to provide web-based schooling without sufficient access very often to computer hardware in homes and limited internet connectivity across the territory. Heat and energy sources. With people staying home, this has resulted in higher energy use in an already very high cost environment. Most communities rely on diesel fuel to heat their homes and often as a community's primary electricity generation source. And lest you think the recent fuel price drop is at all helpful in this regard, keep in mind that fuel is purchased far in advance and sent to communities on ice roads. Overcrowded housing and housing insecurity, leading to intransient housing. This has put more people into contact with one another, often who are simultaneously suffering from lower pre-existing health conditions. And this, of course, is a perfect environment for COVID-19 to spread. A lack of transportation infrastructure in communities results in depending on airlines for food and medical supply chains. And those airlines, of course, are today in trouble, with at least one having already closed its doors. At present, we have limited own-sourced revenues. Those revenues are now further depleted by our efforts to provide immediate relief to the financial pressures being created by the collective response to COVID-19. In addition, the reduction of revenue resulting from a loss in personal and corporate income taxes, as well as in mineral royalties, is expected to have a major impact. Although we appreciate the financial help from Canada to date, we certainly will need more. We already have limited fiscal room, which impacts our ability to be a primary investor in major projects and can create fiscal challenges to act as partners if the investment relationship is being predefined. Some opportunities. We were forced to hit a pause button, of course, on regular government business and the pursuit of our government's priorities in order to contain COVID-19. But as we are beginning to plan our restart, we have an opportunity to think about what that restart will look like, with a vision of who we want to be in the future. We are assessing which projects are shovel-ready, but could be delayed due to fiscal constraints. We also have several projects that are what I would call next stage ready. These are projects that have some stage of design or planning or permitting. And they include, for example, telecommunications connectivity expansion and capacity development, the expansion of hydroelectricity capacity at the Tallston Hydro facility, with a view to moving the Northwest Territories towards cleaner energy, both at homes and available to industry, who could then perhaps be a leader in greener mining. Exploration of the Slave Geologic Province, the potential to provide the first direct transportation corridor to Nunavut. The expansion of hydroelectricity transmission lines across the south of the territory. And the introduction and expansion of community-based solar and wind projects. And so a few recommendations. One, that you ensure sufficient borrowing flexibility and a broader diversity of infrastructure investment partnership options, including opportunities for Indigenous governments as equity partners. And this includes being able to stack funding and in some cases 100% dollars. Two, advance the Broadband 2020 Fund and the promise of broadband access into all homes and communities in the Northwest Territories. And three, identify social and economic goals within the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework that can be funded for action immediately or funded for immediate next stage planning, and commit to doing so in collaboration with the Arctic and Northern communities who are eager to be on par with the rest of Canada. We know that countries that invest in the Arctic see real benefits, whether that's from the natural resources, the access to traditional knowledge, or new opportunities in communications and transportation. We believe this is true of Canada's North as well, and we look forward to being a continuing partner with Canada to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. We'll turn to Reeve Claire Baldock with the regional municipality. Reeve Baldock, go ahead.
Bonjour. Hello, good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation that you extended to me that led us to reflect on the financial measures that have been implemented to support Canadians with respect to COVID-19. I am the Reeve for Timiskaming, and I represent a region that is 19,000 square meters. It has 19 municipalities for 16,000 inhabitants. There are also 4 Indigenous communities, and we also have 2 non-organized territories. Most of our activities are related to agricultural, forestry, manufacturing, and tourism. So our territory is mainly rural, and our spaces are multifunctional. As a Reeve, I'm also a member of the board of the Quebec Federation of Municipalities that helps regions in Quebec. We were all surprised by this pandemic and shaken and concerned. And it will concern us for some time still, not only in the medium term, but also in the long term, because there'll be a major impact that will mark our society for quite some time in all sectors of our activity. And I'd like to thank first the Canadian government for the assistance that it has announced rapidly, and for establishing measures and programs quickly to help Canadians to get through this crisis. On behalf of the people of Timiskaming, I would like to thank the government and all parties that contributed to this decision. Now I'd like to bring your attention to three areas that I would like the government to look at if it wants to be successful in upcoming actions. First, corporate support. This support, it has been interesting, but it has left out an entire section of small companies. The criteria that were established do not cover a large number of small companies because they can't meet the thresholds that were established. And this often these companies are seasonal companies, they're touristic or agricultural companies, and they contribute rather to the Quebec societies, and they showcase our talent and resources and know-how. And if these companies were to disappear, it would have a sizable impact, and there would be many losses created by this. So we need to review the thresholds that were established and look at how we can help these companies that don't meet these thresholds. Like we say, some companies don't fit these programs, and we need to have measures that will allow all small businesses to be covered. Moreover, in recent weeks, with isolation, we've seen online purchases, online services, teleworking, telemedicine, telelearning, but in rural communities, where people live far away from services and they don't have access to high-speed internet that is of good quality. And sometimes they have poor internet or no high-speed internet at all. So we're asking the Canadian government, which set aside sizable funding for rural high-speed internet, to declare high-speed internet an essential service. And until this is done, we don't think that services can be offered rapidly. High-speed internet must be declared an essential service, and it should cost roughly the same for all Canadians. We've also seen the importance of local media. For example, Radio Canada reaches only 10% of people in Témiscamingue and has only covered our region once in the past 5 weeks. And local media spread news and provide information to our population. We need support for local media. And I would have also other things to say about the debt levels, or rather assistance given to municipalities, but at least if you could look at these aspects, it would allow rural regions to get through this tough time more easily. High-speed internet, support for local media, and most importantly, access to government aid for all small companies, and this would make the difference for our rural region. And I'd be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Reeve. Then turning to the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, Ray Orb, President. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ray Orb, and I'm the President of Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, known as SARM. I was born and raised and live in a small community of Cupar, Saskatchewan, northeast of Regina, with a population of 625 people. SARM represents all 296 RMs in the province and has been the voice of rural municipal government for over 100 years. I'd like to thank the Standing Committee for the opportunity to shed some light on challenges rural municipalities in Saskatchewan are facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We applaud the federal government's actions aimed at reducing the spread of COVID-19, promoting social distancing, and encouraging residents to stay home when possible. And although we appreciate many of the provisions made in the Economic Response Plan, it is important to note that many in rural Saskatchewan feel left behind by the government's suite of actions. For years, a standing concern for rural Saskatchewan has been broadband, both with connectivity and capacity. the social distancing and isolation measures taken to address COVID-19 underscore the importance of access to reliable high-speed internet services. People that are attempting to work remotely and access healthcare and education from their homes more than ever before. The inability to do so is resulting in hardship for those in underserved rural areas. As Canadians across the country try to remain connected to family, friends, and colleagues via the internet, many people across Saskatchewan RMs remain socially isolated. So we believe greater investment and more innovation is needed in RMs to provide access to services that help to safeguard the health and well-being of residents. Connectivity is critically important as rural business and agriculture producers begin to look toward economic recovery that includes participating in the new economy online. 2019 and 20 have been exceptionally challenging years for Saskatchewan agriculture producers. Ongoing trade disputes with China, coupled with transportation disruption due to illegal blockades, has significantly affected many farmers financially. Now the impacts of COVID-19 are causing yet another challenge to our nation's food suppliers. Agriculture producers are concerned about disruptions to purchasing, delivery of farm inputs such as diesel and fertilizer, and the sale and delivery of their farm production. As operations are affected by uncertainties going into the 2020 production year, the extension of business credit does not provide enough support, as many producers are already heavily indebted. Further measures are required for many agriculture producers to address cash flow issues and continue their operation. Accessing the federal government's business supports, including the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Business Account, may be limited because of how farming operations are structured. Some operations are unable to demonstrate their eligibility for federal income and business supports due to industry and business practices. This includes things like inconsistent revenue and receiving remuneration through dividends rather than through more traditional methods. And these methods preclude many operations from meeting eligibility requirements. While steps have been taken to reduce the tax burden on businesses to help manage the impact of COVID-19, the government still proceeded with increases in the federal carbon tax, which severely impacts Canada's agriculture community. The carbon tax increase on April 1st has added to the cost of inputs like fuel, as well as production and transportation. So at a time when the government is trying to increase the capital available to businesses, estimates show that in 2020, the federal carbon tax will add at least $2.38 in cost per acre on an average Saskatchewan grain farm. We're urging that the government exempt agriculture producers from the carbon tax or offer other direct assistance to offset these increased costs. So SARM understands this global pandemic requires a united effort from everyone. Federal, provincial, and local governments need to do their part. And Saskatchewan RMs are stepping up during the COVID-19 crisis to help key roads open during a time of spring road bans so that rural-based industries like agriculture can move key products as they prepare for another season of producing food to feed communities across the country and the globe. They are providing property tax relief such as deferrals, extending deadlines, and foregoing late payment penalties to help ratepayers and businesses that are struggling. They continue to provide all of the essential services that are mandated, even in this time of uncertainty, with limited staffing due to illness, layoffs, and budgetary constraints. RMs have always faced strict limitations on their ability to generate revenue for the services they provide because they collected from the taxes on the properties within their boundaries, mostly farmland. COVID-19 and realities of the economic lockdown is highlighting this fact, and we need senior levels of government to realize the medium and long-term impacts on the quality and level of essential services municipalities provide to citizens will be negatively impacted. Providing services and maintaining essential infrastructure consumes more than 80% of the municipality's income and revenue, and this leaves little ability to reduce costs without cutting back on a municipal service provided. Coming out of the COVID crisis as a country requires economic stimulus, Please remember RMs when designing stimulus programs. Saskatchewan has the most kilometers of municipal road infrastructure in Canada at 163,000 kilometers. Rural infrastructure projects, including roads and bridges, are vital to the growth of natural resources, manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism industries. And a stimulus program needs to have a small communities component that ensures investments are dedicated to communities under 5,000 that allows them to focus on strategically repairing their roads and bridges that support these critical industries. Funding needs to be streamlined, and a model such as the current gas tax fund is simple and already exists. In closing, on behalf of Saskatchewan RMs, thank you to the Standing Committee on Finance for the opportunity to lend our voice to this important conversation.
Thank you very much, Ray, for raising those points. Before I turn to the last witness, just to give the members a heads up on the speaking order for questions. We'll start in the 6-minute round with first Mr. Cooper, second Mr. Fragiskatis, then Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. So turning to the last witness from the St. John's Board of Trade, Mr. Brandon Ellis. Go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you again, and good to see the honorable committee members. And thank you for extending an invitation for me to provide evidence for your consideration today. As you just said, my name is Brandon Ellis, and I am the Manager of Policy and Advocacy for the St. John's Board of Trade. The business community of St. John's, much like the rest of the country, is currently facing unprecedented challenges. Our board has been in constant contact with all levels of government in order to communicate what we have been hearing from our members. The St. John's Board of Trade recognizes that COVID-19 has caused a public health crisis and an economic crisis. The two are intertwined and must be approached with urgency. We welcome many of the aspects of the government's programs that have been on the wage subsidy being one of them. Countless jobs will be saved because of the announced measures, but they fall short of supporting many businesses that need help during this time. Many businesses that are not essential services have been operating with skeleton staff or been completely shut down for over a month now. They've been asked to wait 2 more weeks before funds are available. This is too long in our estimation, as businesses have been waiting for this support since March. The government has proven that it can deliver funds quickly and efficiently with the success of the CERB program delivered through the CRA. Canadian businesses need the same urgency in receiving financial help. Several weeks from now will simply be too late, and we will see many businesses close their doors, some permanently. And a survey this week from Restaurants Canada, results showed that 1 out of every 2 independent restaurants do not expect to survive if conditions do not improve within the next 2 months. 75% of restaurant operators are either very or extremely concerned of their levels of debt. We know that a majority of smaller business do not have enough cash reserves to wait several more weeks for relief. Those affected will likely now place greater demand on the CERB. In addition, we continue to see many businesses that need help now falling between the policy gaps of support programs. These include, as previously mentioned, sole proprietorships that do not have payrolls but pay themselves through dividends. We must cast a wider net, a more inclusive net as well, to ensure that all businesses that need help can receive it. The issue of sole proprietors falling through the cracks is of concern to us, and it is unreasonably punitive if businesses are meeting the other requirements for government programs to disqualify them for not previously incorporating, as some of the rules for a few of the programs are right now. We ask that government extend the CEBA to sole proprietors that have not incorporated. We have asked government to cast the widest nets possible with the programs that they've developed. Last week, our chair, Andrew Wadden, who is a local lawyer and concerned business owner, wrote to the Minister of National Revenue requesting a full refund of the GST to all small and medium-sized businesses. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has already completed a partial analysis of our ask, and it is in our analysis that this will cover many businesses who desperately need funds to stay afloat. We ask that all businesses, not just those who are incorporated, be considered for a GST refund for the GST that they paid between January 1st and December 31st, 2019. And as you may be aware, our province is facing significant financial challenges in both the short and long-term future. We also face challenges in our offshore oil industry, given the current economic uncertainty. This industry has been a vital economic driver within our province and has contributed greatly to Canada as well. If we are discussing what economic recovery looks like in our province, we cannot do so without highlighting our oil and gas sector. Over the past 2 decades, our offshore oil has accounted for 25% of our provincial GDP, and we're also projecting, economists are projecting, that over $100 billion in royalties and revenues will be accumulated by 2045. By 2033, oil and gas will generate 19% of all Newfoundland and Labrador jobs. And the Newfoundland and Labrador oil industry will provide $3.3 billion in taxes to the rest of Canada. We encourage the Government of Canada to begin implementing policies that will unleash the full potential of our offshore oil and gas policies and begin amending previous policies, such as Bill C-69, which have proven to be problematic. We've also had some thoughts on the commercial rent announcement today. I'd be happy to take any questions that the committee may have with respect to that. Other than that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members and fellow witnesses, for the opportunity to provide testimony. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the witnesses for your presentations. Before I go to Mr. Cooper, just to SARM, Ray, I just want a point of clarification. Firm fuel itself is exempt from the so-called carbon tax. It is really propane you're talking about, right?
Yeah, and particularly, the propane that's used on grain drying. And that's, a big issue for some of our farms.
Okay, usually there's a lot of confusion around that. Okay, I just want that clarity. Mr. Cooper, you were on for all of 6 minutes. Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses for your thoughtful testimony. There's no question that COVID-19 has created many challenges that municipalities right across Canada are facing, not only in terms of cash flow, but also in terms of unanticipated costs that will result in unrecoverable losses. Now, I'm going to direct my questions to my mayor, Kathy Heron. Kathy, I'm very pleased that you're able to participate today. I know the City of St. Albert administration recently put forward 3 different scenarios, financial scenarios, about the impact that the continued closure of municipal facilities would have. And St. Albert being reflective of many mid-sized municipalities across Canada, I was wondering if you might be able to speak to the fiscal viability of a longer-term shutdown and the difference, but say a shutdown from that might end at the end of May versus one that goes on into the summer or even into the fall would have from a municipal standpoint. And the challenges it would pose.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Yes, and thank you for putting my name forward to participate today, Michael. This has been nice to be here. So yes, I think all municipalities will share the same thoughts that the length of the economic, the length of the declaration of the pandemic and how long we are shutting down our rec facilities and our transit and businesses related will impact how municipalities can recover. So yes, St. Albert has done 3 scenarios. Right now we're projecting about a $4.6 million deficit if we open up on June 1st. That to me seems highly unlikely. The Alberta government is probably looking at more like July. If we go all the way to August 1st, we're looking at a $5.6 million deficit. And then if we're all the way into October, which would be hard to deal with, we're looking at $6 million. So that's a mid-sized city. I'm sure the bigger cities have much bigger numbers, but they would be escalatingly high as time goes on. So some municipalities will have adequate cash flow. Reserves. They could liquefy investments to deal with this. Some have lines of credit. Some have no access to lines of credit. So the economic will differ on how long we are in this current state. Hope that helps.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I understand St. Albert doesn't have a line of credit right now. So.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we don't. So, but in any event, you alluded in your presentation to St. Albert's COVID-19 recovery plan. Obviously, we're in the middle of, I guess, the early or mid phase of this crisis, but it now is the time to begin to look forward to what to do in the longer term as we enter the recovery stage, which will hopefully happen sooner rather than later. Maybe you could speak a little more to that and perhaps a comment on whether it's a model that other municipalities could look to.
Happy to. St. Albert's kind of fortunate. Our city manager was in the midst of the fires in Fort McMurray. And so he is well versed in emergency response, and he has gotten St. Albert prepared for anything. So when this broke out, we were ready to go into action right away. And he also suggested that part of the recovery, and he's seen it in Fort McMurray, is it's extended. It's 18 months, 2 years. So we wanted to get our task force up and running early. We have a concept plan that will have some deliverables, and I will be chairing a group of residents. And we always have highly educated, responsive volunteers in St. Albert too, but I will be tapping some particular ones on the shoulder that I see. I want chambers of commerce involved. I want development industry involved. I would like an economist sitting there. And that's more on the economic recovery, but at the same time, we're going to have some of the not-for-profits sitting there to talk about some of the social and psychosocial needs that municipalities are going to have. So happy to share the bylaw and outline of this recovery task force if anyone wants it.
Very good. If you could perhaps submit that to the clerk, that would be helpful. Now, also, I want to address another issue that a lot of people don't associate St. Albert with, and that is homelessness. We are one of the more affluent communities in the province, and many would be surprised, but that is a challenge. It's something that you as mayor have championed and shown a great deal of leadership on. I was wondering if you might be able to speak to some of the challenges around homelessness during this COVID pandemic and any gaps that you see and any additional role for federal leadership.
Thank you. So yes, St. Albert, I established a task force on homelessness right after the election in 2017, recognizing that we do have an issue, and sometimes that issue is hidden, especially in affluent communities such as ours, but they do exist. And so last counts in our city were about 160, ranging from on the brink of homelessness to living rough in our river valley. Unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, we're part of the Edmonton metropolitan region. And so St. Albert does not have access to provincial funds for homelessness. The answer that I always get from our provincial government is let Edmonton take care of your homeless. And Don Iveson, who's the mayor of Edmonton, and I speak frequently about this inadequacy, this unfairness that Edmonton would have to deal with the St. Albert residents and their homeless. And so the two of us have been really advocating to try to open up some mats and beds here in St. Albert. Have yet to have support from my provincial government on that. I do know there was some federal support, but it always funnels through the province, and so I cannot access this. I have agencies, the Mustard Seed, ready to set up beds in our Salvation Army. We're ready to go. I just need access to the funding so I can take care of my own residents. The outcomes for homelessness will always be better if they can access those supports within their own municipality, close to their family, close to their friends, close to their hometown, instead of going into the big city and getting sucked into lifestyles that sometimes are inescapable.
Okay, we'll thank you both there. I'll just mention to people when a question's asked and somebody else wants to come in and answer, raise your hand. I might see you. I can't see everybody on the one screen. I got to move it to two. But to raise your hand, and if I see otherwise, yell. Turning to Peter Fragaskatis. Peter, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. My questions are for the FCM and Mr. Karsten. Mr. Karsten, thank you very much for making the case. I'm certainly very cognizant of the challenges faced by municipalities, in touch very regularly, almost daily, with our mayor in London, Ontario, Ed Holder, and with our budget chair, Josh Morgan, who's actually London's representative on the FCM. And I believe you know Josh. He's doing an incredible job as well. If I could ask you, the $10 billion ask that the FCM has put forward to the federal government, is this a one-time thing, Mr. Karsten?
Well, thank you for that, Peter. And yes, know your mayor well, and Josh is a great board member at FCM. So what we have called for in the release that we did yesterday is actually for us to review this again in 4 months' time. I think I mentioned that in my notes, and that is an important part of this because there are many, many potential revenue streams that we're not predicting at this point as to what the losses may be. For an example, revenue from property tax deferrals. Some municipalities have made some predictions as to what that may be, but we don't have a clear number.
I'm asking the question, though, Mr. Karsten, recognize what the release said and what you put to us today. However, some are fearful that this could lead to a situation of dependency, where if the economic crisis that we have before us continues, the municipalities continue to rely on the federal government for large contributions of financial support.
Yeah.
What do you say to that kind of concern?
Well, what I say to that respectfully, Peter, is that this is a crisis. I mean, we've certainly recognized that COVID-19 was not predicted. It's an unprecedented time that we live in. And quite frankly, the revenue losses that we're experiencing currently could never have been predicted. So when you start talking $400 million in revenue losses from transit, some of the personal examples you've heard from different mayors, I can't predict what the future will hold in other losses. But no, the intent is certainly not to become dependent on federal financing.
No.
Municipalities have certainly proven in the past with various governments that we'll put every dollar that we have in our budgets to the best use that we can. And
I understand.
Right? We'll continue to do that.
I understand, Mr. Karsten. I don't mean to cut you off. It's just that time is limited, even though we have a very generous chair. If the point that I'm making is certainly I recognize that the ability to raise funds on the part of municipalities is constrained constitutionally. It's completely fair to make the case that you need help. I think that you do, and I hope the federal government does offer assistance, but I just want to know some of the parameters of how that would proceed. You mentioned the provinces. You did say, to your credit, that I quoted you here, wrote it down, we realize that there's a provincial role and that the province shouldn't abdicate the responsibility. In 2019, the Institute for Municipal Finance and Government at the University of Toronto put out a paper, and I'm just going to quote from it briefly here. It says as follows: with the exception of Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador, provincial governments in Canada also levy a property tax. The ostensible rationale for property levies is to fund a portion of public schooling. But in fact, property taxes are often simply part of provincial general revenue. They are not always earmarked for education. It then follows to conclude that if provincial governments abandoned the property tax, municipalities would have sufficient revenues to meet expenditure needs and would not have to ask for additional tax tools. Now, taking that into account, I know you're talking about additional tax tools, but you're asking for money. And I'm wondering if the province should look at doing this. I know there's been questions raised of the Ontario government if they would consider abandoning the provincial property tax. And does the FCM have a particular view on that?
No, we don't. On the property tax itself, Peter, certainly there's other reports throughout North America that would say that, and probably every provincial association in Canada has looked at that the actual property tax revenue based on real assessment is still the model that's used throughout North America. No doubt still the model that currently everyone's using.
Well, then what role should the province have here, Mr. Karsten? What if you're making the case that municipalities need assistance? I think one can also make the case that everyone should have skin in the game. What should the province be putting on the table?
Well,
and how much? How much money? You're asking $10 billion from the federal government. How much should the province be putting on the table? 10 billion, excuse me, not million.
So again, I appreciate the question. I really, truly do, and I know the intent is sincere in terms of having us advocate for talking to the provinces as well, and that's exactly what we're doing. My respectful answer to you is that this crisis is just too serious and urgent, and it just won't wait for a jurisdictional argument. It's about the safety of Canadians and requires an immediate federal intervention. And what I said yesterday in the presser with my colleagues Don Iveson, Mayor of Edmonton, and in fact Mayor of Gatineau, that we're looking for federal leadership. You know, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has a partnership with the federal government, the current federal government. We've had unprecedented gains. We respect that and appreciate it. This is a time for leadership.
I understand, Mr. Karsten. I simply hope there's an ask on the part of the provinces. I think the provinces need to step up to.
Peter, thanks for framing it that way, because make no mistake that our mayors across the country and our provincial associations are talking to the province as well.
Okay, we'll have to end that there, folks. Thank you very much to Mr. St. Marie, and then on to Mr. Julian. Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say hello to all the witnesses and thank you very much for your presentations and for the points that you've raised. Madame Bolduc, you raised three aspects that I'd like to come back to. You talked about that the very small businesses do not have access to the programs that are in place at this point. So in that regard, I'd like for you to give us a few examples and provide solutions for that, and then I'll ask my other questions right away as well. You also suggested that high-speed internet should be considered as an essential services. We saw Minister Wazanek, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce her name correctly, but she asked that money should be used to develop high-speed internet in the regions, and I think you're going even further than that by requiring that it become an essential service. And you also talked about supporting local media. And so do you have examples to provide to us and solutions for that? Thank you. Answer. Thank you very much for your questions. As far as small businesses are concerned, a concrete example that I can give you, a horticultural business just only produces in the summer season. Oftentimes, the owners don't pay themselves a salary, but will pay themselves a dividend at the end of the season. And so when we talk about the rule to have access to the emergency fund for small business, saying that you have to have paid oneself a $20,000 salary, but if one paid oneself a dividend, that disqualifies that company for that support. But that is tremendously important for that company, especially this year, because it was difficult to get the necessary seeds for this season and the resources, the fertilizers for production processes have been difficult to obtain. So that's an example. If we look at tourist businesses, that's almost the same situation. Oftentimes, companies are paying themselves dividends as owners, and so they are disqualified. I'd provide you another example as well, and this concerns colleagues of mine from the time that one is a partner in a business. I have a colleague, for instance, who's a 20% owner of a microbrewery, but he's also a prefect in his area, and so he cannot have access to that subsidy because the owners of a company who are also elected are not able to have access to that funding. And it's a small business that's important. It's an environment, and we often ask those people to get involved in the political life of their municipalities because they have an ability to see a vision and development for their communities. And so we've excluded those two types of examples. You talked about high-speed internet. At the time, or as of the moment that the CRTC declares that high-speed internet is an essential service and must be available throughout the country and must be available at a price that's equivalent to anywhere else in the country, well, then we'll have a very different attitude by the large telecommunications company who are using all government programs to improve the very well-paying service that they provided in urban centers in particular, and where the rural environment, where farmers, people working in the forestry sector, people working in the tourism sector don't have access to that. So if it were made an essential service and at a price that's equal to what we see in the cities, that would be beneficial. But now what is happening is that one is trying to seek out the funding for those telecommunications companies to better serve urban populations. But this suggestion that I'm making is not going to change funding requirements, but will fundamentally change service in terms of high-speed internet service locally. And as far as the local media is concerned, we need that media to express messages to the local population. It's an issue of local culture, but also public safety. And at this point, these types of media have lost great amounts of money relating to advertising because media relies on advertising and they've lost that income. So the government, through appropriate advertising, and we're not asking them to give a blank check, but rather can they implement promotional or advertising campaigns to accompany those local media? Are those types of measures, for instance, whereby the government is buying different advertising options in small media in different areas? And that way, for instance, they would be supporting local media and local business. So these are measures that we can think about that don't cost a great amount, but have a huge impact and that encourage the vitality in rural and remote regions. A few measures such as this will help.
Brill, we're right at the 6 minutes. Mr. Julian, and then in the next round, we'll start with Mr. Morantz and on to Mr. McLeod. Peter?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all our witnesses for being here today, and we hope that your families are safe and healthy. This is the Federal Finance Committee, and we know that the federal government gets the majority, the bulk of tax dollars in this country. So it's very appropriate that we have this session today. My questions, of course, will be addressed to two hard-working local mayors that have been putting in time basically 24/7 since the beginning of this pandemic. So I have a question for Mayor Hurley and a question for Mayor Cote to start. For Mayor Hurley, you mentioned the wage subsidy and the fact that it doesn't apply to municipalities, despite the fact that there have been repeated calls for that to happen. How important is it that the wage subsidy also be available to municipalities, and how should it be implemented when it comes to cities? And then for Mayor Cote, you've spoken very eloquently about the impacts on the transit system in the Lower Mainland. If the federal government does not provide supports, what are the implications coming out of the pandemic the long-term implications for the transit system, both in the Lower Mainland and right across the country. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, and thanks, Peter, for those couple of questions I think you threw my way. First of all, if the emergency wage subsidy was extended to municipalities, it would allow us to bring many of our workers back to work and use them in other ways throughout the city. As we all know, this pandemic has led to many social issues within the city. Seniors out there not being able to get food as they're unable to leave their homes for one issue. The homeless issue is just kicking up like we have never seen it before. And as you know, we have opened up some of our ice rinks to allow the homeless to come in and have a safe and warm place to stay while being able to keep the social distancing that we all know is so important. So being able to bring our staff back could relieve so much pressure on those two fronts alone and allow us to do even more than we're doing. Now, what I would propose, how this could be managed within the federal government, is that given that the cities for so many years have contributed hundreds of millions of dollars towards the UI programs, without really any of that money being taken out of the bank, so to speak, from the municipalities' employees over so many years, that that could be harmonized, in my view, with the emergency wage subsidy that could allow us to bring our staff back and put them to work doing the good work that needs to be done with the cities. So instead of being home collecting 55%, if the government would harmonize somehow those two benefits for an extra 20%, it would allow us to bring our staff back to work, and we could start down the road of doing even more in our communities. So those are how I would propose that the government could look at this.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor
Cote. Mayor Cote?
Thank you. So with respect to the questions relating to transit.
Check your mute button, Mr. Mayor. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. As I mentioned in my opening statement, our transit agency is already looking at implementing cuts of about 40% of our transit system here in Metro Vancouver. If over the next few months, though, we are not able to get provincial and federal support and continue to lose revenue that we anticipate even with the cuts, we will have to be looking at the really difficult discussion about cutting transit service even more. Now, I think this is going to be very odd to the general public that as we move out of the health crisis and move into the economic recovery, we are going to be having a failing transportation system that is going to provide less and less mobility options at the exact time people need more and more options there. So I think we're dealing with immediate financial crisis, but also longer term issues. TransLink is estimating a range between $450 to $700 million revenue deficit this year. Currently, we are using our reserves to be able to help support the losses, but these are reserves that were put in place to help maintain and build our transit system. Those reserves would be fully depleted later fall into the end of the year. So, I think that certainly should highlight the urgency we face. And I also want to be clear, the challenges we face are challenges that are faced by major transit agencies all across the country.
Thank you for that. A brief follow-up question, first to Mayor Cote and then to Mayor Hurley. What are the other things that the federal government could be doing? You flagged providing support for homeless. There are infrastructure programs that need funding. What are the other things, briefly, that the federal government could be doing?
Maybe I'll just jump in there. I think our immediate need is the financial challenge that we're facing because of lost revenue, and that's where our focus is immediately. Longer term, as we start to rebuild our communities, rebuild our country after this health crisis, I think agencies like transit agencies would be perfect fit for shovel-ready infrastructure projects. I think it's a little premature to be getting to that discussion right now, but as we move into the recovery phase, I think that would be really interesting conversation between the federal government and cities and transit agencies about how to deliver infrastructure projects.
Mr. Mayor Hurley, did you want to add? Oops, we not unmute your phone, Mike. Push your mute.
Yeah. For us right now, the immediate what's needed is for our vulnerable populations and our homeless populations. We are not getting any support from the federal government, although we hear that there's support out there. We haven't been able to actually see any of it brought our way. Our vulnerable population is exploding, with those both in homeless situations and both in danger of becoming homeless. And we alone will not be able to carry the burden of looking after those people for a long period of time. So we really need the federal government and the provincial government to come forward and assist us in providing the much needed help for those populations. So those would be that would be the immediate ask outside of the wage subsidy that we could bring our employees back.
Okay, thank you all. Just on that question of infrastructure, I would say I do think it's important, and this goes to CERM and Federation of Canadian Municipalities as well, that it is important to have those ready to roll out when the time comes. I know that's a concern, how the last one worked, so we need to be ready to roll when the time comes. Mr. Morantz, and then on to Mr. McLeod, 5-minute rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, I'm here. Thank you for all the presentations. It's been very interesting. I am extremely familiar with the fiscal box that municipalities find themselves in as the former chair of finance and infrastructure under Mayor Bowman in the city of Winnipeg. So I, at the risk of sounding like Bill Clinton, I feel your pain. But I do want to ask for Mr. Karsten. Firstly, a question. Mr. Carson, I think Mayor Hurley raises an interesting point regarding opening up wage subsidy to municipalities. Why not take that approach as opposed to a direct subsidy mirrored on the per capita distribution structure of the gas tax?
Unmute your phone, Bill.
I have to do that, right? A little trick to that. Thank you very much, Marty, for the question. Certainly our position had been all along that municipalities should qualify for that, to be perfectly frank. And we brought that to cabinet ministers and to Deputy Prime Minister. Certainly that was, I'm sure, brought up at cabinet, and we were disappointed to hear actually the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister say that municipalities would not qualify. So that is an area that we were disappointed in, but that would still not cover off all of the losses we're facing. Certainly in Halifax, as I alluded to, we've let go 1,500 people, Marty, right now, but that's just simply casual workers and part-time at this point. As we get deeper into looking at our budgets and looking at all the financial losses that we're facing, there's other things that are going to have to go. And if I could, you know, yourself coming from a municipal background, and thank you for that work, this whole crisis certainly exposes for us something that we've been talking about, and I'm sure Mayor Bowman's been talking about for a number of years, and that is the outdated fiscal framework that we all live in.
You just beat me to my next question.
Okay.
Go. I was just going to ask. And for years, we've been advocating for a new deal. Municipalities have. When I was on council, certainly that was a major ask. And I appreciate hearing your comments on it. And also, what I was going to ask you actually is if this had been done years ago, because it's been decades now, that where municipalities have been asking for new taxation authorities and decision-making, more autonomy over their expenditure decision-making. Do you think that municipalities would be in a better position today to weather this storm?
You know, certainly that's hindsight. My simple response would be yes. It's never too late to have that conversation, because in reality, the other thing I was going to add, Marty, is that the framework itself is fundamentally misaligned with the modern role that municipalities play today. And that's increased again in the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So when we're through this, make no mistake, local leaders will be ready for those tough conversations, of course, without opening the Constitution, if that's at all possible. But I have to add that today is not the day for that conversation, because I can't stress enough, I've been at this municipal world now for 16 years, and this is a crisis. I mean, when we talk about not knowing what we're going to have to cut 2 months from now, this is not about the revenue loss in and of itself. It's not about the financial crunch. It's all about the loss of the ability to know what we have to do next. And it's going to eventually have to result, unfortunately, in loss of essential services.
Well, thank you, Bill. And just on that line, I think it's important for people to understand that municipalities have to have a hard balance in their budgets. They can't simply start running the money printing press like the federal government can, or even run deficits. So when revenue drops like this take place, the effect is immediate. So I appreciate your coming here today and making these points. Just a quick one, if I may, Mr. Chair, just on the path forward, Mr. Karsten. Does the Federation have any thinking going on, or planning or policy around opening up the economy again once we get on the other side of this?
Well, certainly, thank you. And I alluded to the fact, and we're so very grateful for it, that we do have a direct line of communication with Deputy Prime Minister Freeland. We tried to meet conference call once a week, and/or Minister of Infrastructure, Catherine McKenna. And we certainly talked about what Mr. Easter talked about just now, making sure that we do have programs ready to go. We can be major partners in the recovery, certainly through infrastructure and other means. So yes, that conversation is also underway, but it's not our priority today as much as the financial crunch and the crisis we're in.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all. Next, we have Mr. McLeod, and then Mr. Polyev. I think, Pierre, you wanted to raise a point earlier. I didn't see you. Are you okay till your turn? Okay, we'll go with Mr. McLeod then. Michael, you're on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the mayors for their presentations and everybody that's presented today. I did 5 terms as the mayor of my small hometown in Northwest Territory, so I appreciate all the concerns that are being raised and the recommendations. And I also want to say welcome to Minister Wozniak and Charlene Woodward for joining us today. I thought the presentation was very informative, and I appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. As the minister knows, we in the North are living through some very uncertain times, and the last thing that the NDPTers wanted was greater uncertainty. But unfortunately, we have now the issue with Dominion Diamond Mines filing for insolvency protection. So I wanted to know if she could talk about what are some of the measures, such as I think you flagged the debt limit, that the GNBT would like to see the government of Canada take in the immediate future to provide greater certainty. What does the North need right now? That's my first question.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. I'll speak just briefly, if I could, to the mining sector and specifically, and I'm conscious of the time that you're under here for this round of questions, but our mineral resource sector right now hasn't been able to benefit from any of the measures that have been announced so far by the federal government. The companies in general are either too large or else just their corporate structure is such that they don't qualify, they're ineligible. So right now we have some industries who have actually taken steps to send their workers home, keep them on their payroll, send them home to home communities that are remote communities to protect those workers, to help protect our healthcare system, and yet they haven't actually been able to access any of the funds, notwithstanding the fact that they too are facing serious constraints in terms of any revenue flow, as well as continuing high costs. So, just that's one more sector to look at. And I know there's a host of asks coming, but that is one that hasn't been addressed yet. And it's one that impacts us significantly, really across all three territories. I think will have significant impacts to us. But then beyond that, there's all the more general things, and I know this was referenced now a couple of times, but certainly we're seeing internet capacity being a huge issue, and so some relief in that regard is certainly helpful, and keeping in mind again that there's high fixed costs in the north, high costs of living and high costs of doing business. So whether we take it from the perspective of addressing that the cost front, or whether we take it from the perspective of bringing more cash into the hands of the people or the businesses that are paying those costs, I think that we're going to need that flexibility, and sometimes providing the flexibility to the individual community governments or to provincial territorial governments in our case will help us address those in ways that are actually really the most targeted. Thanks.
Okay, my next question is around, you mentioned that the GNBT had pause on regular business because of the COVID-19, and I think the federal government, for the most part, we've kind of done the same in terms of the budget that was supposed to come forward on March 30th has now been deferred. So as the NBT economy emerges from this pandemic and we're starting to look at next step, I want you to talk about a little bit more on what the federal government can do to assist in this recovery.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's really no end to the things that the federal government could do for us, to be quite frank about it. When we put a pause on, we were in the middle of a budget session as well. And rather than push through a budget at the very tail end of our session and then the beginning of the COVID situation, we are right now operating on an interim appropriation. So we are heading back in sometime in the spring, likely under some sort of varied types of rules, as I know you're experiencing there as well, in order to recall our House and to pass an actual budget. But we're going to be doing that where the projections that we had previously for a surplus, we're now going to be looking at likely some very different revenue projections. So there's sort of two things I guess I'd highlight there. One is around the process that we're going to have to go through. We do have a consensus government up here, so our system is a bit different than what most of the other governments, provincial and territorial governments, are across Canada. That's going to take some additional engagement for us, some additional outreach for us in order to really bring back a measure of engagement with all of the different stakeholders, Indigenous governments, community governments, to help make sure that we are identifying what's going on the ground across the Northwest Territories when we do come back. And then in terms of the actual substance of what's happening, again, with the different revenue projections that we do have now, trying to see into the future as to how COVID-19 will evolve and how our response is going to evolve, there's really little doubt that we're going to need some fiscal flexibility. And I think I heard earlier somebody saying, putting some skin in the game, and quite frankly, territorial government wants to have skin in the game. We want to be putting that skin in the game, but we're going to need some flexibility in order to be able to do that effectively, given that our own source revenues right now are really being rather decimated. And then beyond that, it's the idea, looking even further of looking into the future of what we want our economy to be in a year from now, and in 2 years from now, and in 5 years from now, and trying to see this as an opportunity so that rather than just being mired in the day-to-day business, which we still have to get done, but to actually say if we're going to be doing some stimulus, some bigger picture stimulus, looking at what's in, and the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework really identifies a lot of it, identifies a lot of the challenges that exist across the North. Let's look there and find what are our opportunities here that will provide stimulus immediately to get some projects going, whether it's at a planning stage or whether it's actually at a shovel-ready stage. Either one of those will be a benefit. And what can we do to then fix some of these underlying problems that have really come into strong relief? And I've heard others talk about some of them. So I see the hand signal going up. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Minister Wasn't. Then going to Pierre Polyev and on to Sean Fraser. Pierre, you're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Yes, I think, and thank all the witnesses for being here. We have representatives of municipalities before us today, and maybe reflect on the gargantuan increases in revenue that municipalities have enjoyed over the last 3 decades. Back before the early 90s, the federal government played no role in funding municipal infrastructure. The Chrétien government then made the decision that he would contribute to funding municipal infrastructure by offering a third of the cost of some limited number of major projects. And then the Martin government introduced a GST refund and the gas tax initiative. And the Harper government then came in and doubled the gas tax transfer and massively increased the federal capital budget for municipal infrastructure. Then along came the Great Global Recession, which, while it had a major hit on federal and provincial revenues, did not significantly harm municipal revenues because, of course, the property tax doesn't take the same kind of immediate hit in revenue as income tax and corporate taxes do. But nevertheless, the federal and provincial governments then poured in about $40 billion in one-time funding on top of all other funding that municipalities regularly get, and did a monstrous buildup, massive federal and provincial uploading of municipal capital costs. The new Trudeau government came in and then again massively increased the transfer for the same things, and then doubled. I think in the recent budget they doubled the gas tax transfer. I stand to be corrected on that. So there's just been a spectacular increase in revenues for municipalities over the last 30 years. In fact, for the period leading up to 2013, revenues to municipalities were growing twice as fast as the combined rate of inflation and population growth for a decade straight. That's not true of any level of government. So we've seen this absolutely massive increase in revenues to municipalities. Today, we're seeing a request for another $10 billion that will last 4 months. And then I gathered from the testimony that we'll be back again in 4 months to discuss even more. So, we're hearing we can continue to have more and more burden on the backs of federal taxpayers. These are the same people who pay property tax in your municipalities. They don't come from a different planet. They're the same. There's only one taxpayer. So my question is actually for Brandon Ellis, who's with the St. John Board of Trade. He represents entrepreneurs and businesses who will end up paying for all this. They're the ones who employ our young people and propel our poor out of poverty by giving them great jobs. Mr. Ellis, do your members, are they concerned at all about the enormous tax burden that they're going to have to pay as a result of the roughly $250 billion of new debt governments are adding this year, and the seemingly endless demands for new spending that are continually being placed on the federal taxpayer?
Well, thank you, Mr. Polyev. I appreciate the question. As noted in my testimony a year ago, and I know several committee members are here, our membership has been consistently concerned for the past 25 years with the high amount of deficit spending. I would hazard to say, and we have a survey out at the present time, which I can forward the results to the committee afterwards when it completes. But I would suggest that there would also be concern that high deficits today and high spending today will lead to higher taxes tomorrow. So I would say there would be a level of concern.
Understandably so. I mean, it was only 2 years ago that the federal government tried to hammer your members with new taxes, particularly penalties for small businesses saving within their companies. That looks extremely short-sighted now, that businesses that saved within the company are the ones that are best positioned to weather this storm. We should encourage rather than punish entrepreneurs for that kind of responsible behavior, but that was what the federal government attempted to do. Now, some of the witnesses have commented on how the federal government has an easier ability to borrow on international lending markets. And that is somewhat true, although Bloomberg News reported yesterday that Canada's AAA rating is at risk precisely because the federal government is seen by lenders as vulnerable because of the implied guarantees it has to give provinces and municipalities. And if we do at a federal level lose our AAA rating, we will have to pay higher interest rates on our massive and growing debt, which means less money left over for valued and treasured services. Do you worry, Mr. Ellis, about the extra burden that a credit downgrade for the federal government might have on taxpayers, the taxpayers your industry group represents?
Yes, well, we feel that it might be a significant burden. I spoke with a few of our CPAs yesterday, and they highlighted that as a big concern. They said we are in a weaker position today than we were 10 years ago to come out of any type of economic recession. So the CPAs are worried. They're fairly risk averse. I'm pretty worried as well.
Thank you all. Sorry, Pierre, we're quite a little bit over. We'll go to Mr. Fraser and then on to Mr. Saint. After that, we'll try and get 4 single questions if we can. Sean Fraser, you're on.
Thank you very much. I think I may have got my microphone mixed up here. No, I think we're all right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good stuff. My questions will be at the beginning, perhaps exclusively for Mr. Carson with the FCM. It's very good to see you here. Thank you to all of our guests for your testimony. I'm torn over the position that you have sort of put forward, Mr. Carson. I fully appreciate the emergency nature in which municipalities and virtually everyone else finds themselves in the recent week. But I do find some of the points made by my colleague, Mr. Fragatos and Mr. Poilievre just now to have some real merit. I want to focus on the portion of your testimony where you really did mention that you recognize that the province has a role to play. One of the things that I'm sort of tossing over in my own mind is the notion that if this were a series of provincial governments appearing before the Finance Committee, saying on the one hand, look, if we're in tough shape. I know our guest from Newfoundland could probably testify to that effect for his home province. But I think if they came and said some of the operating costs that we're accustomed to, such as paying teachers, for example, is something that we would like to have the federal government take over. Can you distinguish the ask that municipalities are putting on the table from that situation where the provinces would come up and say, hey, we've lost a massive source of our revenue too. We're really worried about the future. Newfoundland has said as much publicly. And I'm curious if you can distinguish that situation for us.
Sure. Thank you very much, Sean, for the question. So the distinction is basically as simple as this, that municipalities, number one, understanding what I said a minute ago, that these are unrecoverable losses. There's no way, no mechanism that municipalities have to say, well, if we impose this or a new way of putting this forward to our residents that pay the property tax, for example, we can recoup that money at some point. So we can't run deficits. So yes, theoretically, we could look at ways potentially of borrowing money. But how are we going to repay that? So where it really lies, and that's why it's such a crisis today, it lies in the fact what we discussed briefly with your member from Winnipeg, is that the fiscal framework for municipalities is broken. But this is no time to address that. So, what other avenue do we have other than basically plead with our federal government, who we are not only all the same taxpayers, we represent the same Canadians. Municipalities are on the front line on a daily basis, delivering the most fundamental services to our residents, the police and fire, the services that they depend on. When we don't have the revenue coming in, we have to start looking at ways to cut the budgets that we face. That is not a very pretty picture.
It sounds to me like you may be sort of acknowledging that, look, in a perfect world, the proper place for this to go would be through the ordinary funding that we were more accustomed to, and municipalities being provincial creations, more or less, would in a perfect situation, would have their hands on money through the provincial government. But I think you're saying, but this is not a perfect situation. Is that more or less the scenario?
It certainly goes to, Sean, thank you for putting it that way. It goes to what I've said before, is that, yes, we do need the provinces to work with us. But, and quite frankly, in my many conversations with the Prime Minister himself, there are those in Cabinet that recognize the concerns and problems we sometimes have municipalities dealing direct with their provincial counterparts. So what we're calling for, as much as anything, yes, the 10 billion to 15 billion is what we're looking at as a backstop to our financial losses. But
I have limited time here, Mr. Carson. I'd like to get sort of one more. You've kind of made a nice bridge for me. There's certain measures in some provinces, I believe Quebec, my colleague, Mr. St. Marie, can correct me if I'm mistaken, actually have laws in place to help discourage conversations between the federal government directly with municipalities. I anticipate that the provinces may, and I don't want to pass judgment on that sort of approach, but I anticipate that there will be a conversation at some point in time to say, if we help out with some sort of emergency operating cost, the provinces may want to get their hands on some of that back for other areas where they would normally be partnering with municipalities. Are you worried that there might be an impact if we put money up front to sort of keep the doors open at municipalities? We may be jeopardizing the opportunity to fully participate in the recovery if, for example, capital investments are not made possible because of too much allocated to the operating side.
As tight as you can, Bill.
Yeah, some concern, but again, I can only stress that it's federal leadership we need right now. The recovery is the next step, and the crisis we face right now is what we need to have addressed immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all. I want to go to one question each from Mr. St. Marie, Mr. Julian, Mr. Cumming, and Ms. Zerowitz. Before I get there, I do have a question for SARM. Ray, the last couple of weeks, we have the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Canadian Pork Council, Canadian Federation of Agriculture, and a couple others. They all talked about business risk management, which was cut back in 2013 by about 15%. But they also talked about price insurance for hogs and cattle set aside for the cattle industry now. Where are you hearing your membership at on those issues, and also how it relates to the grain industry specifically and quickly, if you could?
Yeah, of course, the livestock industry is under a lot of pressure right now because of the effects of COVID on some of the packing plants in Alberta. And I know we're having conversations with our provincial ag minister next week. And we have consulted with Minister Bibeau on this too, and she's aware of the set-aside program. We're concerned about that. We're concerned about the grain too. The movement of that, the workers, in the entire industry, including farmers and their families, right up to the point where the grain is delivered. Even the ports in Vancouver, we had a conversation with the Port Authority not too long ago. So we have a lot of concerns about that, and we're asking the federal government, in particular Minister Bibeau, to look at agri-stability and look at agri-invest. Those are the support systems that cattlemen and grain farmers have. And you're right, they have been cut back, and we're asking the federal government to speed up that process to fix the programs. They're there for a reason. They're not working now. They need to be repaired.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Mr. St. Marie.
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Wayne. First, I think we can respect provincial jurisdiction and still release funding for infrastructure. My question is once again from Ms. Bolduc. What measures could be implemented to help companies that offer local services? The best way to help these companies, often these are very small companies that don't even have access to funding or loans. So right now, the best way to help these companies would be direct subsidies. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. It could be a direct subsidy to fill the losses from recent runs from the pandemic. It would reboost their activities. Often these companies don't have access to loans and funding or working capital. So that's the first thing. Second, we have to recognize the contribution of partners in companies. Even though they're involved in politics, there are municipal, provincial, federal partners, and often entrepreneurs are asked to do politics because they are involved in these areas. So these are two ways we could help support local services. One last point is for this support would be to underscore the environmental cost of doing business with companies that come from very far away. We can really underscore the importance of having local companies. This is more of a long-term approach. It won't happen really quickly, but this would certainly allow us to create considerable momentum for local services. And in conclusion, it's more a question of provincial services than federal services. Often such services are only available online, and there are many people who cannot earn high salaries in rural communities. So this would be another thing we could look at as well in terms of local services. Thank you very much. I hope that answered your question.
Mr. Julian.
Thank you. A last quick question to Mayor Cote, Mayor Hurley. The federal government has a lot of tools around the banking system. We know locally credit unions have brought their rates down to zero on credit cards and on lines of credit. Should the federal government be using its tools to reduce the interest rates and the mortgage penalties that are being paid on deferrals from our big banks in Canada?
There's no question in my mind that, we saw all through our housing crisis, which still exists, that in my view, the big banks have got a free pass in being part of the solution through that crisis. And in this crisis right now, I believe, like some of our smaller credit unions here in BC have stepped up to the plate, lowered their interest rates, and in some cases suspended interest rates for a number of months to allow people to work their way through this. In my opinion, there's no question that the big banks should be stepping up, freezing the rates, and actually, I believe, freezing payments at this time for a number of months to help our country out. After all, they have profited greatly for a number, many years, and being protected by our government. So I think it's time for the big banks to step up and do their part for Canadians.
Mr. Cote, do you want to add a few words? Mayor?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add on that. I think municipalities and transit agencies do have opportunities to seek debt, although usually our debt financing is for investing in capital project. We do not seek debt to look at operating deficits. I think any assistance that can be looked at provincially or federally to reduce our debt servicing costs would be helpful. But I think, at least from our immediate perspective, it's not addressing the most immediate crisis that we're currently facing.
Okay, thank you all. And a single question from Mr. Cumming and then Ms. Zerwitz to wrap it up. James?
Thank you, Chair. This is for Mr. Ellison. Thank you for talking about the importance of the resource sector and an industry that's going to be able to help us generate some revenue after we come out of this crisis. We did hear from the governor of the Bank of Canada the importance of this the resource industry in the economy and the recovery, and you confirmed that. What are you hearing from your members, and specifically those into the resource sector, that needs to happen to make sure that industry can thrive in your area?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. If you look, I encourage everyone on this call, I'll be very quick, Mr. Chair, to visit imaginethepotential.ca. It highlights all of the wonderful things that the Newfoundland and Labrador oil and gas sector is all about and has the potential to be all about. From what I've gathered, NOIA is looking for, NOIA is our Oil and Gas Industry Association. They're going to be looking for some level of investment from the federal government. I can't comment on what that might be, but I know from our membership, just generally what we've heard is they would like to see government get out of the way to an extent and allow some of these energy projects to move along. As I had mentioned in my testimony, Bill C-69 is fairly problematic. We've commented on that, and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce has also commented on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. Ms. Sirowitz, you'll have to wrap it up. Go ahead, Julie. One question.
Yes, thank you so much. And I want to thank everyone for their presentations and for their contribution to the excellent conversation over the last 2 hours. My quick last question is to Mr. Carson. You have done a wonderful job of presenting a proposal at the federal level in terms of the support that you're looking for us federally. Can you give us a better idea about the proposal that has gone to the provincial level? If you can elaborate on that.
Your mic, you're muted. Bill, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So thank you for that, Julie. It's a great question. One has to understand, and I'm sure you do, the complexity in terms of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities works directly with the members of Parliament, certainly with the bureaucrats, directly, in other words, with the government and all the other party leaders and their caucuses. We don't have a direct role like that with the provinces. So it's up to each individual province and territory. So you have this whole tapestry of different things going on. And that's why we do believe so very firmly when it's crisis time like this, that there is a role for federal leadership. We don't control what goes on at the provinces and the territories. Many mayors are also talking direct, but there's no uniform voice when it comes to that.
Okay, with that, thank you, and thank you all. I know everyone didn't get a whole lot of questions, but your presentations go into evidence. There's others listening to these presentations, and they certainly go up the line, and I think are a great help to the government in its kind of, if I could call it, rolling decision making these days. Yes. That we're seeing through this pandemic. So I want to say a sincere thank you to each and every one of you for coming forward, and we'll turn it back to the clerk so they can do a test with the witnesses for the next panel. So meeting suspended while they do that. Thank you. Order, and I would just say to MPs and to witnesses, welcome to panel number 2 of meeting number 22 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. And as well known on the notice that went out, we are operating under the order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th, and the committee is really meeting on the government's response to COVID-19, and we're looking forward to the suggestions, constructive criticism and suggestions that we hear from witnesses today. So with that, I want to thank you all for coming, and we are under a tight time frame with 7 witnesses. So if you can hold your presentation very tight to 5 minutes or less, it would give us the opportunity to get a full round of questions in. So we'll start then with Adam Brown, the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations. Welcome, Adam. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, esteemed fellow committee members and fellow witnesses. I would like to start off by acknowledging the traditional lands of the people of Treaty 7 and Region 3 of the Métis Nation of Alberta, where I am joining you from today. My name is Adam Brown. I am the chair of the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations, or CASA. I am also the Vice President External at the University of Alberta Students' Union and a 5th-year student completing my degree with a focus in business economics and law. CASA is a nonpartisan, not-for-profit organization that represents over 360,000 students at colleges, polytechnics, and universities from coast to coast. Through a formal partnership with Union Étudiante du Québec, with whom I will be sharing time today, we are a trusted national student voice. I'm thankful to have been invited to appear before this committee, and I can recall sitting here only months ago to discuss student supports with you in a very different context. Since we last spoke, the COVID-19 global pandemic brought an abrupt end to the semesters of many students. At a time when students were preparing for final exams and getting ready for a summer of hard work, students' experiences with their education were moved online, and many students who were expecting a summer of work saw those opportunities disappear in a matter of days. I cannot stress enough how turbulent this experience has been for students across the country. Students, much like the rest of Canada, are dealing with the discomfort of uncertainty. Like many Canadians, we would like to know when we can return to our daily lives, including the classrooms we once enjoyed as part of our routine, the jobs we held to help us get by, and the company of friends we cherish so dearly in student life. As a student leader, I'd like to share my gratitude with all of you for the announcement made earlier this week to support students. Many students will now either be supported by the Canada Emergency Response Benefit or the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, receiving income they otherwise would have lost. I would also like to highlight that students will have a harder time than ever saving for their tuition payments come September, and the generous conditions to both Canada Student Grants and Canada Student Loans will help students access and afford their education. All of this being said, at CASA, we believe any situation can be improved, and there was one group we feel was missed in this week's student aid announcement, and that's international students, including those who are stuck in Canada due to the COVID-19 pandemic and are unable to get home. These students have been displaced by the global pandemic and are stuck in a familiar country, but nonetheless a foreign one. And for a moment, pause and put yourself in their shoes, and wouldn't it be a scary experience? International students stuck in Canada can receive the Canada Emergency Response Benefit if they worked enough, but are not eligible for the Canada Emergency Student Benefit or many of the employment initiatives previously announced. This means many international students are getting by, but many others will be left with little to no support from the Canadian government for food, rent, or the basic necessities. Let's remember that the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted international travel and many cannot return home. I would now like you to pause again and ask yourselves, what would you want a foreign government to do for a Canadian student stuck abroad? And we're asking that question at CASA. Let us not forget that international students are an important part of Canadian campuses who pay a high value for the education they receive, contributing over $10 billion to the Canadian economy while doing it. For this, international students deserve support and access to a high-quality education within Canada come September. J'aimerais remercier le comité encore une fois pour l'invitation de...
I would like to thank the committee again for the invitation to come speak and represent the voice of Canadian students. I would like to now give the floor to my colleague Philippe Lebel of the Union étudiante du Québec, and I will be more than pleased to answer your questions. Thank you, Adam, and thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak today. I'm not going to repeat what my colleague said. Of course, the aid given by Ottawa was anticipated. I'm going to talk about student researchers, but also about funding. The announcement of increasing aid is more than welcome, but this aid needs to be well administered. There's two important things. There's two types of funding, direct and indirect. For everything that is direct, we're talking about students who had received grants through Federal Research Funding Agency. Indirect is when researchers request funding for a project, and they can also send a request for funding for students. It is as such important that any improvements to make bursaries longer should be applied for indirect and direct requests. Next thing to talk about is the funding of projects themselves. A lot of expenses happened during this period. For example, a lot of researchers would like to have access to cell lines and animal cell lines. And we have to talk about maintenance of these lines during this social distancing period. We want to be able to ensure the success of student researchers. And to do that, they need to not only receive money, but they also need the financial means and the technical means in order to complete their projects. That's it for my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Turning then to Carleton University. You've been before committee before, Mr. Lee, Professor Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for inviting me here. First, my disclosures very quickly. I do not consult directly or indirectly to anyone, anywhere. Secondly, I have no conflict of interest as I have no investments in any firms, anywhere. Thirdly, I do not belong to or donate money to any political party or allow lawn signs on my property in any election. Excuse me for looking to the right, I have a much larger screen to my right that's 24 inches rather than my little tiny laptop, which has the camera. Since the 1960s, Canada developed a well-deserved reputation for a strong and effective social safety net in multiple areas of Canadian society, including income support for seniors, OAS, GIS, CPP, income support for, of course, the unemployed, our famous employment insurance program, social support for low-income people, disadvantaged people, social housing, child support. Now the Government of Canada has introduced the Canada Emergency Student Benefit from May until August, which I applaud that it is temporary, delivered through the CRA, which I also strongly endorse, and the Canada Student Service Grant. These are sound innovations in addition to previously announced programs. And we can certainly further tweak these various programs here and there with a nip and a tuck, or perhaps even major surgery. But every one of these business and individual programs are premised on several critical, unstated, or at least not adequately discussed assumptions. One, these massive spending programs, fiscal and monetary, of somewhere near 200 billion involve, this is the assumption, temporary support of only a few months. The second assumption, as this spending is absolutely essential, we must not discuss or worry about consequences. Thirdly, if the pandemic continues without a vaccine, i.e. is not temporary, we must continue spending at these unprecedented levels. And four, we cannot reopen a significant percentage of firms and employment until the coronavirus is eradicated or mostly gone. I want to focus on these much larger strategic issues that directly challenge these assumptions. Over the next several months, thousands of firms, overwhelmingly small business, are going to die. In the immortal words, and I'm not trying to make light of this at all, of John Cleese from Monty Python, they will not be sleeping, they will cease to be. They will cease to exist. There will be no jobs to return to one day in those firms. Indeed, it is conceivable, highly conceivable, that more small businesses will die in the next 12 months in Canada than will Canadians from the coronavirus. Thus, we must focus government fiscal and monetary policy on ensuring most of our SMEs survive. Why? Why am I so hung up about this? Because I don't consult to them whatsoever. Quick refresher course. StatsCan data. Roughly 1.2 million small businesses in Canada with less than 99 employees, which is the definition, or 70% of all the jobs. While only 22,000 mid-sized firms, 100 to 499 employees, which is 20%, and large corporations, 3,000 of them for 10%. As stated at the outset, we have a diverse, well-structured suite of social infrastructure programs for individuals across society. But it's not quite so good on the business side. Indeed, in recent years, there was some demonization of SME entrepreneurs concerning taxation, ensuring we did not discuss and understand the critical centrality of SMEs and employment in our economy. Fortunately, those suggestions seem to have disappeared with the crisis. I'll just wrap up in the next minute. Before turning to important alternative approaches, we must examine at a very broad level where we are. It appears increasingly likely the federal deficit will reach $200 billion in 2020, or 10% of GDP. Sustainable in the short run, yes. But as I advised this very committee last fall and last spring, it's misleading to argue the fiscal strength of the government of Canada at 30% debt to GDP, because when we include the much weaker provincial governments, standard practice with OECD measurement, then we're at 90% debt to GDP, and that's before the crisis. When we calculate the collapse in GDP, the denominator, plus a $200 billion deficit, and the 30% debt to GDP of last year's budget, we are now approaching 50%. Now add in a minimum of 2 more years of federal spending at $200 billion a year, and we're approaching the percentage debt to GDP of Prime Minister Chrétien in 1995 that triggered the largest downsizing in Canadian history. It took 3 decades in the 70s, 80s, and 90s to achieve what we're going to accomplish in 3 years. These numbers demonstrate the gargantuan magnitude, but there are solutions beyond praying for a vaccine. We need to immediately classify every firm and industry by risk of coronavirus infection using Professor Hendrik Street, a leading epidemiologist at the University of Bonn. He uses this classification of low contact, low risk activities, such as most of retail, excepting bars, restaurants, and entertainment, versus high contact, high risk activities characterized by many people in close contact for extended periods of time, referring, of course, to bars, restaurants, sporting events, of course, our frontline healthcare workers and seniors in our seniors' homes. And we need to develop a plan, as is Germany as we speak, and Denmark, and Saskatchewan, and Quebec, to bringing parts of our economy back with appropriate distancing measures to ensure the survival of SMEs and employment and our economy and our society. I thank the committee.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Turning then to the Community Food Centres Canada, Nick Saul, President and CEO. Go ahead, Nick. Floor is yours. Nick, you have to unmute your button there. I do that too. Still on, I think. There you go.
I apologize. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation to speak today. My name is Nick Saul. I'm the CEO of Community Food Centres Canada. I'm joined by my colleague, Sasha McNichol, our lead on policy. CFCC builds health, belonging, and social justice in marginalized communities across the country through the power of food. With our national network of 200 organizations, we work to eradicate poverty and food insecurity and to improve the well-being of low-income Canadians. 83% of the people we serve have incomes below the low-income measure, 37% are unemployed, and 24% are on disability benefits. I'd like to thank you and the hardworking public servants who have responded so quickly to ensure that as many Canadians as possible receive the financial support they need to get through this crisis. I'd also like to thank Julie Zarowitz, our Member of Parliament, for being such a strong champion of our efforts. We are grateful for the $5 million in funding we received from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to help organizations from coast to coast to coast. provide emergency food assistance to the hardest hit Canadians. These funds have had an immediate positive impact. According to Aaron Beagle, the executive director of Roots to Harvest in Thunder Bay, quote, there was a lot of uncertainty before, but the funding that came in from CFCC through the federal government has allowed us to say, okay, we have the capacity to do this. It's a relief to people who are already vulnerable and living in poverty. I feel really good about being able to say that we're here, and it wouldn't have been possible without this funding. Having said this, we know that there are millions of Canadians who are in distress. There's much work to do to tackle the ever-deepening food insecurity crisis. Our partner community food center in Montreal, the Depot, for example, has seen 110 new applicants for its services per day, as many as they normally handle in a month, and has already spent half their annual food budget over the last 30 days. Long before the COVID crisis hit, 4.4 million, or 1 in 8 Canadians, were food insecure. Of these people, 65% are employed, but are still not making enough money to put food on their table. Precarious work, low pay, few hours, no benefits, is unfortunately the norm for millions of workers, particularly women, young people, and racialized communities. And nearly a third of people suffering from food insecurity have incomes above the low income measure. Even for those who have what is considered sufficient income, the cost of living across much of the country makes it impossible to make ends meet. Recent research we conducted shows that food insecurity pervades all aspects of people's lives. It takes a toll on their physical and mental health, increases social isolation and cultural exclusion, erodes relationships with loved ones, and creates irreparable harm to the lives of children. These realities cost us billions of dollars each year. The measures in the federal government's economic response plan, notably the Canada Economic Response Benefit, are a life raft for the many Canadians who have lost their jobs because of the COVID crisis. But we need to continue to find ways to reach people who are still struggling. As the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives has surfaced, 1.4 million unemployed Canadians have not received income support from EI or the CERB in April. We were pleased to see the GST-HST credit top-up, which will be invaluable to low and modest income Canadians. We hope, as this crisis continues, to see another top-up when people receive payments again in July. In better times, our work is about bringing people together around good food rather than providing them with basic groceries in isolation. While we are proud to be able to help our partners pivot toward providing emergency food assistance to hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are in urgent need, we cannot continue to rely in ordinary times on what should only be an emergency charitable response to provide what should be seen as the basic necessities of life. Like the CERB, any new benefit should start at a level where they create stability by providing a basic income floor below which people cannot fall. That kind of income policy is what should be investigated, as it holds the greatest potential for building greater equity as we emerge from COVID-19. It's absolutely imperative that we continue to use our federal tax system to support people adequately at all stages of life. For example, by making the disability tax credit refundable, as we suggested in our pre-budget submission. As well, we need to build on the support offered by the Canada Child Benefit, Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and to complement them further by better supporting low-income working age adults by increasing the Canada Workers Benefit. For working Canadians, we need policies that address precarious employment and drive toward creating better jobs with higher wages and benefits. Together, these approaches will bring us closer to meeting Canada's legal obligation to deliver on the right to food for its citizens. Societies that reduce inequality, increase productivity, educational success, and health and well-being. We all benefit from working to create a more just economy and social supports that help people to participate and bounce back. This will also help inoculate ourselves from future shocks that are bound to come. Again, thank you for the attention and your hard work in these difficult times. My colleague Sasha and I look forward to answering any questions you may have and continue to work together to build a more equitable Canada. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute my own phone. Go ahead, Pierre Serre, spokesperson, National Council of the Unemployed Persons, I believe.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mike, if you can.
Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Speak slowly and
Je
clearly.
voudrais vous remercier de nous inviter à
I don't
pouvoir
know whether
partager
the
avec
booth
vous.
can hear you.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me now?
Is the translation booth able to hear?
We're just checking
Pierre,
right
just
now.
say a few words again. Just start again.
En fait, j'avais pratiquement pas commencé.
I hadn't even started.
Vous m'entendez?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to remove my headphones. I would like to thank you, Mr. Chair, and all the members for inviting me in order to share my vision regarding emergency measures that were put in place by the Canadian government after this crisis. I am the porte-parole for the Conseil national des chômeurs et des chômeuses, and I would like to specifically talk about income replacement measures for workers who lost their jobs because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic created a significant shock in the workforce. It caused a significant rise in unemployment, and this is unprecedented, only seen before in 1929. We believe that 1/3 of the active population is now unemployed. So from April 19th, 6.7 million people had requested the CERB. So, with the current crisis, we also have an income crisis. Income is at the heart of people's lives, and it's important for their families. It's with that you can pay your bills, your rent, your mortgage, groceries, medication, etc. Service Canada was facing a significant amount of requests for these benefits. Telephone lines were not responding to questions. Offices were closing. Canadians were wondering what they would have access to regarding income replacement for unemployment. These are questions that we are asking ourselves, and we need to be able to answer the questions of people who need help. Thousands of them are calling our offices every day. And with every day of silence from the government, with every day that we don't have any clear indication of what's going on, it seems like centuries are flying by. Would there not be a way to protect all workers? Would there not be the possibility of temporary emergency measures? We don't know. Canadians also don't know, and that increased the climate of anxiety. It took more than a week to be put in place, but on March 25th, a emergency program was put in place, the CERB, and things got a little better. We felt that people were being reassured. Putting in place the CERB on April 6th and the quickness with which payments were sent out alleviated the pressure that families were facing. Coverage of this program was quite significant. It included workers and entrepreneurs, but there are issues. We highlighted these issues many times, and we were heard as other sectors were heard. And I think it's thanks to the current government that considered other points of view and integrated these points of view to the emergency fund. These changes happened April 15th for seasonal workers who were not able to start their jobs again, for those who were no longer receiving EI, for workers who had decreased revenue because they went from full-time to part-time. The House also came up this week with the emergency benefit for students on April 22nd. and a lot of people were able to breathe a sigh of relief. We need to make sure that nobody is forgotten and that there are no holes in our social safety net. I would like to now call your attention to two specific things. The first is of a factual nature. Service to Canadians of Service Canada is not working properly. It is not sufficient. It's almost chaotic. 600 offices in Canada are closed. Telephone lines are not answering the phone. There's a form to send in online, and that's the only way to contact Service Canada. That needs to be solved quickly. Thousands of people are seeing their file being blocked, and they have no way to solve the problem. Secondly, for a government program to work, people need to know what it is and need to understand it. The government needs to have an awareness campaign through media platforms. There needs to be a communication plan, and so far we haven't seen one. And finally, the crisis that we're going through could be what we need in order to review the importance of social coverage. It's the crisis of the 1930s that allowed us to create this unemployment insurance. Second World War allowed us to put in place social programs in order to redistribute wealth. In the current crisis, we are noticing all the holes in our social protections, especially regarding EI. This crisis will allow us to review this program. Solutions can't be seen in advance, but we need to reflect on this and find modern answers that reflect the realities of our century, especially regarding telework. We need to also examine the effect of this transition on the workforce. This COVID-19 crisis is a climate crisis, and Louise Arbour, former Supreme Court judge, talked about this. We have significant challenges to overcome, and we believe that the current government has the political and intellectual capacity to do all this work. And in order to do so, they must work with opposition parties and civil societies to do so. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saray, and thank you for those short and concise recommendations. Turning to the Corona School of Gymnastics, Agnes Lang, owner of that school. Go ahead, Ms. Lang.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. I want to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Agnes Lang. I am the owner and executive director of Corona School of Gymnastics here in Ottawa. Who would have predicted that the name of our school would one day be synonymous with such a devastating global pandemic? I am grateful that our leaders in Canada have acted with such great care, efficiency, and concern for all Canadians. I know that in your attempt to save lives, you have also had to deal with dramatic economic crisis. I understand and embrace the government's decision to shut down all non-essential services. I stand before you not only as an employer, lifetime coach, mentor, entrepreneur, but also as an expert in the industry of gymnastics. For 48 years, I have seen thousands of children come through our doors, generations of families, including our present Prime Minister. At this time, amateur and recreational sports are totally shut down. This will affect the health of our children, as well as the thousands of people employed in our sport. To give you an idea of the numbers involved just in the province of Ontario, there are 200 clubs, 118,000 gymnasts, and 4,600 coaches and administrators. On a national level, gymnastics is the 7th largest sport. At this time, I would like to specifically address the dilemma facing the sport of gymnastics. We are not able to practice any form of social distancing due to the nature of our sport. There are many children in restricted areas with coaches required to have hands-on for safety. There are many surfaces that are touching all the time, making transmission inevitable. Gymnastics schools require 12,000 to 30,000 square foot of indoor facility that is usually rented, resulting in a huge overhead. The total paid in rent, taxes, and payroll by gymnastics schools just in Ontario alone is $62.8 million annually. In order for our schools to survive, they will need extended support for rent from the government. The average rent in Ontario ranges from $150,000 to $250,000 per year. And since there is no revenue for what is expected to be an extended period of time, we will require assistance to return to our space and be able to reopen when it is safe for our children. I would also like to emphasize that other sports in this country, like football, soccer, hockey, swimming, they are all funded by municipal organizations run by the cities. The sport of gymnastics is on our own. I thank you for your time. And before I leave, I would like to give you a visual of what it is that a school like ours and many others in the country, this is a very unique organization. For us to pick up, leave, store our equipment is almost an impossibility. Most of the schools have $500,000 worth of equipment. If our landlord throws us out, we have nowhere to store the equipment. And once we are ready to re-engage, to find a facility of that size with specific ceiling height, pits dug into the ground, would be financially impossible. I also want to let you know that schools like ours employ 60% of students. We are very sport specific. We cater to 87% of female involved in the sport. Our female employees are 78%. And people involved in this sport, their skills are very poorly adaptable to any other kind of teaching. So I thank you for your time. And to end on a lighter note, here's a picture of your Prime Minister as a 12-year-old, and I had the pleasure of teaching him. So I'm open for any questions, and I welcome them, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lang. I think we've seen, because of COVID-19, some of the unique consequences caused by this pandemic to certain institutions and certain industries. I have a couple of grandkids that go to gymnastics as well. Turning then to Universities Canada, Paul Davison, President, and Wendy Theron, Director. Paul, you're on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and what a pleasure it is to see everyone, members of Parliament and witnesses. I can't wait till we can be back together in the same place. Thank you for the invitation, and thanks for conducting this study, and thanks to the extraordinary work that everyone, witnesses and committee members alike, are doing in this challenging time. I also want to spend just a short moment of my time to pay tribute to all the people and communities who are grieving the terrible tragedy in Nova Scotia this week. With me today is Wendy Tehea, who leads our policy and public affairs efforts, and she'll be pleased to join in any questions and answers that may follow. We've appeared before this committee before, but to remind, we represent all 95 universities across the country. And taken together, Canada's universities are a $35 billion enterprise and are significant drivers of economic prosperity. They provide employment for over 300,000 people. And universities are anchor institutions in their community, often as the largest employer with extensive local supply chains. And more than half of all university revenues are derived from sources other than the federal or provincial governments. Canada's universities are also an integral part of the Team Canada approach to fighting this pandemic, to mitigating the risk, to finding a cure, and accelerating Canada's economy into recovery. You know, in the space of about 10 days, Canada's universities moved over 1.4 million learners into online education. Something that said couldn't be done in 10 years, we achieved in 10 days. Moreover, 70 universities have created emergency student funds to help provide additional support to those that may have been left stranded or disrupted by the events of the recent weeks. And that's on top of the $2.2 billion in student support that universities provide from their own resources annually. And thinking about the COVID response, you know, of course, universities are active in the race to the vaccine, the race to a treatment through research investments that the federal government has made. They're also donating PPE, and they've also been repurposing dormitories and in order to house frontline health workers. That's the case in at University of Western Ontario, Western University, and other campuses across the country. And also converting research labs to testing facilities to increase the capacity for testing quickly as universities and all communities step up in this national effort. Let me extend thanks to the members of the committee and to the government for completely recreating the social safety net in the space of a few short weeks, for injecting record liquidity to keep the economy moving. As Adam noted a few moments ago, we're especially pleased to see a $9 billion investment to support measures announced for students earlier this week, including the new CESB, changes to student financial aid, support for job opportunities, work learning opportunities, and volunteer service. These measures are essential to helping young people through the pandemic, ensuring they can continue their studies in the fall and are able to contribute over their lifetimes to building a stronger Canada. That said, there's still an urgent need to ensure that universities can welcome back these students and offer high quality education that students will need to succeed in a post-COVID economy. Because for students to succeed, universities must be strong. And members of this committee need to know universities are under severe financial pressure. Significant layoffs and job losses are imminent, and they will imperil universities' abilities to help restart the economy and accelerate Canada into recovery. One of the biggest sources of revenue for Canada's universities and their communities is international student revenue. I've appeared before this committee before about this. International students contribute more to Canada's economy than the export of softwood, the export of wheat, or the export of auto parts. And they contribute $6 billion in tuition revenues to universities annually. For many institutions, international student revenues contribute over half of all tuition revenues. With closed borders, closed visa application centers, we can anticipate significantly lower international student enrollment this fall. The loss of these revenues will directly impact all students and the ability of universities to meet the needs of Canadian students. So we're seeking some urgent assistance. We've been working with federal officials to develop a range of measures that will support students, stabilize university operations, and contribute to economic recovery. For example, an immediate investment to make more robust online education capacity will do three things. It will enable Canadian students to continue to learn in the event of face-to-face instruction is not possible in September for health reasons. It will also enable international students to continue to enroll and prepare to come to Canada when conditions allow. And thirdly, it'll strengthen our ability to support people who are currently unemployed and ensure they have access to post-secondary education in a way that enhances their skills and builds human capital. Previously, we've spoken about the need for upskilling and reskilling, and with more than 1 million Canadians unemployed, there's an opportunity right now to help them with that. Urgent funding is needed to support the move to new tools and platforms, to provide training for learners, faculty, and staff, and to address increasingly sophisticated cybersecurity risks. A second urgent need is federal assistance to mitigate the loss of international student revenue. A direct federal transfer or other mechanism that will help universities bridge their operations until borders are open and visa processing returns to normal levels. There's every chance that Canada will emerge stronger in the international education field post-pandemic, but the short-term loss of revenues could be catastrophic. And finally, as we think about moving to recovery, this committee knows well that universities can implement infrastructure quickly across the country. There are over $7 billion worth of shovel-ready projects that can help meet Canada's inclusive growth goals with green and accessible projects that strengthen students' experience and accelerate recovery. Thanks again for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davidson. And we'll turn. Oh, before I do that, I will give committee members the startup list for the round of questionings. We will go to Ms. Dancho first. Your first Finance Committee meeting, Rachel, and we put you up first. Then Mr. Fraser, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. So with that, we will turn to the University of British Columbia Professor Kevin Milliken. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation to appear. My brief comments will first address some data, and then I'm going to talk about the future. So for the data, I analyzed the March Statistics Canada Labour Force Survey along with economists Tammy Sherrill and Michael Scooterud for the C.D. Howe Institute. And already in March, and I know that March was the very beginning of this crisis, already in March, we can see a very big impact of COVID on the work of Canadians. Already then, more than 2.2 million Canadians had shifted out of work. But it's important to emphasize, you can't just look at the unemployment counts because some didn't move to unemployment. More of them actually shifted to some kind of furlough, meaning that they kept their job, but they moved to 0 or very few hours worked. And so that's a really important aspect of what's going on in the labor market. Overall, hours worked dropped by 18% in March compared to February. The hardest hit occupations were in cultural work, education, and food service. It was low wage earners, women, and young people who took the hardest hit. For example, women earning less than $15 an hour saw a drop in total hours worked of 30%. Now that was in March. What's happening now? The answer is actually hard to know because we lack timely data. Large businesses, small businesses, charities, and families are all trying to make very big, important decisions about their futures every day. And what they need is fresh data in this fast-moving crisis. Now, Statistics Canada has reacted effectively by expediting their GDP numbers and putting out some innovative and timely data products. In addition, we now have administrative data on the emergency response benefit 3 times a week. And that's been something that's just added last week, and that was a very great move to see the government make. So now that we know from today's update that 7.1 million Canadians are now on the emergency relief benefit, as someone else mentioned, that's 1/3 of our labor force. This is entirely unprecedented in the history of economic statistics. But we need more data to guide Canadians with crucial decisions going forward. Number one, we need provincial breakdowns of the emergency response benefit, because as we know, some provinces have a very different situation than other provinces. And we need to know that so local businesses and families can make plans about their economic future. Secondly, as these other new programs begin to take application, like the wage subsidy, the emergency business account, and the emergency student benefit, administrative data on each of those, again, broken down by province, would be very nice to have. And it's not nice to have for academics to play with data. This is for real businesses, real families to make plans about their future in this very uncertain environment. So to close, I want to emphasize that in the middle of this emergency, we need to keep our eyes on a plan for the future. We need to consider how the emergency benefits that we are now designing and implementing will serve Canadians in a partially open economy that may be with us for some time. In addition, we need to give employers and employees clear signals about how we will transition away from emergency benefits when the time is appropriate. These kinds of clear signals about the transition are needed so that everyone can plan and make hiring decisions and make their other decisions. Finally, we need to ensure that we learn lessons from this crisis about how we support unemployed workers, how we support our public service who deliver the programs that we really needed when a crisis hits. Thank you for the opportunity to make the comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milligan. And before I turn to Reckwell, Just for committee members, regular committee members on the Finance Committee, if you have a pen handy, we'll talk about this at the end of this panel. But for next week's panels, which we had to think of witnesses for, on Thursday in the first panel will be the Minister on the biweekly report and officials on the pandemic and what the government's doing. The second panel, I'm suggesting a general panel in which we catch up witnesses from all kinds of sectors that we may have missed. The first panel on Friday would be from our regular list that we proposed before, support for Canadians ineligible for the announced measures that have been announced to date. And the second panel on the Friday would be the manufacturing and construction sectors together. So think about that, and we'll bring that up again at the end of the meeting. So welcome, Miss Dencho. The floor is yours. You've got 6 minutes. Welcome to the Finance Committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to be here today and have the opportunity to question the witnesses. I just want to say I very much appreciate the thoughtfulness that was put into the remarks. It's this very challenging time, so I appreciated hearing the diversity of opinions on this. I am also, in addition to being the Member of Parliament for Kildonan and St. Paul, and additionally the Shadow Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. So my job in opposition is on behalf of all Canadians to hold the government to account on youth policy. So I'll be focusing my questions on that today. I'd like to start off with Mr. Adam Brown from the Canadian Alliance of Students Association. Hi, Adam, or Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, can you tell me how many students you represent nationally?
We represent 360,000 students nationally, and that includes our partnership with the Union des étudiants du Québec.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot. Mr. Brown, I'm sure you've heard this as well, but we're hearing a lot more about mental health concerns given isolation and unemployment. People are very concerned. They're unable to leave their homes. We know young people are very active socially. Have you heard anything from your membership about mental health concerns?
Absolutely. During this time, I mean, we're mid to late April, so students are wrapping up final exams right now, and they would be heading into what would be a summer of work with a lot of this sort of happening all at once, and students not being able to go to their classrooms, to be around their friends, or as you mentioned, to be out socializing. There is absolutely the concern of greater isolation and how that impacts mental health. I know a number of post-secondary institutions, and Mr. Davidson can probably speak to that as well. A number of institutions have moved mental health services online, I think, to the best of their ability. But I think in a time where you could say that mental health is critical, stressed among students, supports are certainly always welcome and appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. One more question to that. Do you get the sense that our students are quite disappointed or even depressed that they don't have their typical summer job opportunities?
I think a lot of students are always looking forward to working over the summer. In particular, I think it's important to note that many students use the revenue that they bring in over the summer to help pay for their tuition in the fall. So looking at the package that was announced earlier this week by the Prime Minister, the emergency student benefit is we're hoping will get students through the next few months, but the increase in grants as well, we hope that will help pay for tuition in the fall.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Yeah, and there seems to be mixed emotions on the Prime Minister's announcement, but I appreciate that you like aspects of it. I am concerned that it's going to not help this mental health of students by incentivizing them to stay home and collect this subsidy. But I just want to move on to Professor Lee of Carleton University. Professor Lee, my understanding is that your expertise is in the employment field. If students forego opportunities to work this summer, in very short terms, how do you feel this will impact their long-term job prospects and skill development?
Thank you. Professor? Thank you for thank you for the question. No, I'm going to defer to Professor Milligan. He is, I think, the leading authority on employment. Having said that, I've been studying public policy for my entire adult life as a professor in Ottawa. What else can we do in Ottawa? That's the nature of that's our business in Ottawa. We do politics and policy. But I've also been teaching for 32 years. I've been very privileged having being able to teach young, remarkably young and dynamic people. I'm at this, on the one hand, I'm obviously, this is a terrible, terrible crisis. On the other hand, it's falling disproportionately, I think, on young people. You know, my paycheck keeps going in, you know, us older people, the paycheck just rolls into the bank. We don't get pay cuts. We don't get laid off. And I've seen it with my own 2 children who are young adults, and they've been devastated by this. And I just think this is horrible.
Sorry, Professor Lee, I'm very sorry to cut you off. I only have 2 minutes left, but I appreciate your 2 cents.
I'm optimistic, though, for young people because of their dynamic character. Sorry.
Oh, good. Yeah, I am as well. I'll just keep going because we're running out of time. But no, I appreciate those remarks for sure. I was an undergrad not too long ago, and having a summer job was really, if I could pay my bills, that's what it meant. It was just having that employment and also the skill development, which I depend on today. So, Mr. Brown, I actually wanted to go back to you just briefly with the last minute and a half I have here. Are you getting a sense from your membership that they are looking to meaningfully contribute to the pandemic response effort? And before you answer, I just want to put some context on that. We are seeing considerable labor shortages in the food supply chain. We're unable to get the temporary foreign work we're used to because of border closures, because of COVID-19. So the Conservatives, you may have heard, recently proposed a solution to take both of those problems and combine them to find a solution. So have students go work locally in farms to fill those labor shortages needs, which would be incredibly meaningful given the fact that we're seeing food shortages and youth are really out of employment opportunities. So I just want to get your sense, do you think that students would be prepared to rise to the challenge and maybe step outside their comfort zone and take a shot at working on a farm?
I think it's an interesting question, and I know we've been discussing that internally within our organization as well.
That's good to hear.
Obviously, I think first and foremost, students generally want to find jobs that are within their field of study, where they can gain skills that they can add to their CV and help grow their careers afterwards. That being said, I think as well the Canada Student Service Grant hopefully incentivizes students to get out and really take part constructively in helping our society combat the pandemic. The other thing I would point out as well is, with having students going and working on farms, I think there are certain costs potentially associated with things like relocation and whatnot, and it would be a change.
No, I think that
sure.
You raised some good concerns. I'll just conclude, Chair, I know I'm running out of time, but the Prime Minister has said that this is a wartime effort, and I thought, and the Conservatives believe that it's time for innovative solutions, outside the box thinking. So why not mobilize our healthiest, most fit population and see if they'd be willing to round out their resumes and challenge themselves and to further develop their work ethic. So I think it might be a good opportunity. So Mr. Brown, I'll just ask that perhaps you go and discuss that back with your membership and let us know of any positive feedback you get or negative.
Absolutely. Happy to follow up.
Thanks, Mr. Brown.
We will have to end that round there. Mr. Fraser, and then on to Mr. St. Marie. Sean?
Thank you so much. Let me start by saying thank you to our witnesses. This has been one of the most interesting panels from my perspective that we'd had on this study to date. Unfortunately, I'll only have time for a few quick questions, so I'd ask if you can keep your answer short, I would appreciate it. I'll start with Professor Milligan. One of the issues that has come up previously on this committee has been the issue of essentially a universal basic income. I know my colleague, Mr. Julian, has suggested a $2,000 monthly payment would be appropriate. I know you've had the opportunity to consider this type of approach. 2 questions. What would the cost be compared to an ordinary spending cycle for the Government of Canada? And maybe we'll start there and follow up where the answers take us.
Sure. So of course, the cost depends on the structure that you put on such a benefit. But as a starting place, if you imagined sending out $2,000 a month to every Canadian adult, that would be 30 million adults. If you carry the number of zeros there, that's $60 billion a month. Our GDP is about $200 billion a month, so that's about 30% of GDP just for that income support before you help out small business, before you help out big business, before you help out cultural sector and other sectors. So that seems like a lot of money to put in one pot.
So if I go from there, let's forget whether it's an affordable plan. The logistics of the idea are one of the things that I worry about. I think there's sometimes a mistaken assumption that there's a send money now button sitting in the Department of Finance offices somewhere. Can you advise your opinion as to whether the measures that we have in fact implemented through the CERB, the GST rebate, Canada Child Benefit enhancements, etc., are actually more effective to get money to a broader swath, not a broader swath, perhaps a better targeted group of Canadians more quickly than it would have been to create a database that would send money directly to every Canadian, whether they have lost income or not?
Yeah, when you think about models of basic income transfers, if you had time to implement such a thing, of course, we're smart people. We know how to figure out administrative systems, and we could perhaps find a way to implement that. And so that's not really a barrier when you're thinking about a long run kind of program you might think about and have a couple of years to put in place. But that wasn't the situation we were in here. Here we were in a situation where Canadians needed income as soon as possible. And, looking at the decision that was made to use the, application-based system of the emergency relief benefit through the CRA, my understanding is that was as fast as things could be done. There was no send money now button sitting on anyone's desk. If we had used, for example, the 2018 tax filer database, well, first you have to reverse engineer that database to send money the other direction. Second, you have to at least clean it up a bit because some people have died, unfortunately. Some people have been born. Some people have moved. The banking information, all those things, when you're doing it 30 million times, it takes time to do. And so there's a choice made that the emergency relief benefit was going to be faster than doing it through, the existing tax database. And I think the proof is in the fact that they did get this money out by early April, and a lot of Canadians benefited from it. And so I think a lot of Canadians are happy with that.
Thank you very much. Final question to you, Professor Milligan. You mentioned that we're going to have to, at a certain point in time, send a clear signal to allow Canadians to plan based on the timing that these benefits will no longer exist because they are temporary in nature. When will we know that time has come to sort of pull the Band-Aid off, so to speak, so Canadians can adjust back to a market-based economy rather than one that's being propped up by very necessary emergency benefits in the interim?
My easy response to that is I listen to the scientists and the medical experts on that question, but we also have to be ready as economists and policy analysts to make moves once we hear that there is a transition to be made, listening to the health experts. What I mean is thinking of, the hiring decision of a company that might be responding to the wage subsidy. Well, they want to know whether it's going to be there in June, July, August, if they're making a hiring decision in May. And perhaps it might be the case that the wage subsidy is smoothed out over time and the percentage subsidy goes from 75% and smooths down towards zero over a number of months as one possibility. But that's information that we want the companies to have when they're making hiring decisions. And I understand that we cannot put deadlines on things right now without having more information about the course of the virus, because as others have said, the virus sets the timeline. But we need to be ready when the time is there, that we think about how we can phase these programs out so we can get back to an economy that works for all Canadians.
Mr. Chair, is there any time remaining? Very quickly, Mr. Brown, thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm a former student leader and CASA alumni, and I appreciate you being back at the committee with us today. For what it's worth, following up on Ms. Dancho's comment, I got off the phone with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture earlier today, who are very curious to see if potentially the new Canada Student Service Grants will allow students to essentially volunteer in food production to take advantage of that benefit. My question to you is obviously based on the unique challenge students are facing, not only requiring the cost of living, but having to save for tuition in the fall as well. If we had a program, some students will qualify for the CERB, others for the new Canada Emergency Student Benefit. But in the absence of programs that expand grants, student loans, or this new Canada Student Service Grant, I'm curious if you think the consequence would have been a significant number of your members would not have been able to afford their education and may not have returned to school this September when the next semester commences.
Absolutely. I think when you look at how different provincial governments are handling it as well, I think a very sound federal response, as has been done with the doubling of the Canada Student Grant in particular, will help students in particular from low and middle income financial backgrounds head back to school in the fall.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
I expect that's my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, that's your time. Thank you. Thank you all to Mr. St. Marie and then on to Mr. Julian.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for their very constructive presentations. My first question is for Monsieur Lebel. Monsieur Lebel, what are your concerns about foreign students? Answer. Yes, well, my colleague Adam Brown spoke about it at length. Many foreign and international students don't know whether they'll be able to stay in Canada or come back to Canada in September to start their next year's school year. And that is also the case of, there is also the case of international students who are in Canada and are afraid to leave Canada. So these people need financial help. They need to work during the summer. And unfortunately, they're left in limbo right now. Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Serre. And thank you for your presentation. In case of bankruptcy, the worker funds and are not protected because they are at the bottom of the list under the legislation. This was the case, for example, for the Sears pension fund. So isn't there a case for protecting pension funds before they go bankrupt? Do you ask me the question? Yes. That's not my specialty. I work on employment insurance and replacement income for people who lose their jobs. I imagine you probably already have some ideas with regards to protecting pension funds. Yes, absolutely. Well, it seems that pension funds come at the bottom of the list when it comes to protection and compensation. It seems that everybody else goes before them and workers are last on the list, even if they've contributed for their entire lives to this pension fund. And now with the wave of bankruptcies that's probably coming, this is quite an issue and a concern. Yes, absolutely, it is a concern. And if there is an issue with regards to company bankruptcy, we must protect these workers' income. After all, income is at the base of everything. First comes income, then you can pay food, medication, rent, and even health. So one day these funds, pension funds, will be their retirement income. And if this retirement income is threatened by this crisis, of course we need to protect this retirement income. Now, how? Well, I think we should probably intervene and act as quickly as possible. But that doesn't mean that we should act before thinking. We should think first and then act, but we must think fast and act fast. The issue must be studied and observed, especially with regards to pension funds. Also, remember that the governor of the Bank of Canada, Stephen Poloz, did appear before the committee, and he said he expressed his concerns with the limits of employment insurance that doesn't cover workers who lose their employment in some cases. He said that the Bank of Canada's ability to act is very limited right now due to weak interest rates, and that the only thing that could stabilize the economy now is government programs. He said that employment insurance covered too few workers who lose their job, which is why I like your suggestion of studying and the employment insurance program after the end of this crisis in order to beef it up for the next crisis. Yes, indeed. It is the main social program for income replacement in case of loss of income or jobs. And this program probably just collapsed on the very first week of the crisis because it just wasn't ready to face a crisis of this magnitude. Now, on April 11th, I was listening to an interview of the chair of the Employment Insurance Board with Le Soleil Quebec newspaper. He said that the employment insurance safety net was much too loose and too many people fell through it. He said that we must and can do better. Yes, normally employment insurance should be able to be up to such a crisis, even a crisis that is as sudden and as significant as this crisis. But unfortunately, the employment insurance system is too cumbersome. You know that at least 1 in 5 workers are ineligible for employment insurance. Well, this employment insurance should be widened and open up to workers who traditionally have been excluded from this system. For example, self-employed workers. The government should and can react by, of course, the government has reacted by implementing emergency programs. That's a good thing, but it's not enough. After the end of this crisis, maybe we should then turn to longer-term planning and revamp our employment insurance program and ensure that it is more modern for all.
Turn to Mr. Julian, and he'll be followed by Mr. Polyev and then Ms. Zerowitz. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses for being here today, and thank you for the valuable work that you do. I've got some short questions, and I'll start with Mr. Milliken. Are you aware, Mr. Milliken, that the emergency response benefit, as the minister has admitted, actually goes to everybody who applies right now? It's already universal. The problem, of course, is what happens at the back end when those people in need are punished. Were you aware that it's actually a universal benefit?
I'm certainly aware that there's an attestation box that after you click it, you get the benefit. And I certainly trust all Canadians to read carefully what they're attesting. And I hope all Canadians will take that seriously.
Thank you. So we have a universal benefit. The problem is that many people that are missing who don't fit into the cubby holes that the government has put into place are penalized and forced to pay back the benefit at a time when they are hugely in debt and in difficulty. Many other countries have already put in place universal benefit, France, the United States, and many others. So the idea that the universal benefit is something that is beyond our scope is simply wrong. And I thought it was important to mention that. Maintenant, je voulais poser...
I have a question now for Monsieur Serré. There are so many people who do not have a job, but still do not have access to the CERB because of the conditions and the obstacles in place. Would it not be better to have a universal benefit? So if someone who did not have a job before the crisis could access this benefit without having to pay it back. It's a question from Monsieur Serré. Perfect, I hear you now. What's obvious is that we need to revisit this social coverage. Currently, we call it the EI program. It used to be unemployment insurance. We need to revisit it. The solutions have not been pre-examined, and there are a lot of opinions that are going to need to be heard. People are already reflecting on this. 50 senators talked about the importance of an income security program, and I congratulate them for that. But we have to examine all sectors of society and find a balanced solution that responds to the needs of the labor force who are sometimes between jobs or are facing a crisis as we are now and who need income replacement.
Across the country, so many people that are missing. We've talked about the figures of those that have accessed the emergency benefit. There are millions of people who can't and are suffering They're struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling to keep a roof over their head. And that is why Jagmeet Singh and others have proposed, as you mentioned, the 50 senators, that this be a universal benefit. It's already constructed to be so. It's just that there are all these obstacles put in their way. Now, Mr. Brown and Mr. Saul, you very eloquently spoke to the number of people that are being left behind, including international students. So my question will go to the two of you as well. Would it not simply be easier to remove the barriers around the universal benefit so that international students and others that are jobless and struggling to put food on the table could access it? First, Mr. Brown, and then Mr. Saul.
So to my knowledge, international students are able to take advantage of the CERB. One thing that puzzled us when the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit was announced earlier this week was we weren't sure why international students aren't able to take advantage of that one. International students are currently they have limitations put on the number of hours that they work, and so the revenue that they can get can vary depending on how they use that. And so we're hoping that international students are taking advantage of the CERB as much as they can, but it would be preferable to see the CESB also be opened up to them.
Thank you, Mr. Saul.
I would certainly be in favor of opening the gates as much as possible to accessing CERB. I think whether this collective vulnerability that we're all experiencing as a society galvanizes a new kind of conversation in our country about how much we support people who have basically fallen out of the economy and fallen out of society. I think it's a very important one, whether it's and we have to have the courage to say that there is a number that no one should fall below. And whether that's 2,000 or 2,500 or 3,000, that's a conversation to have. And then you could argue that perhaps it's better to reform EI, accelerate Canada Housing Benefit, the workers' benefit, implement pharmacare. But I think we need to have the courage to say that far too many of our fellow citizens are completely being ignored. And that costs us. Well, morally, it costs us. I mean, we are signatories to the International Covenant on Economic, Cultural, and Social Rights around the right to food, and we are failing that miserably. So I'm all for supporting as many people as possible to ensure that they can put food on their table regularly, and we're not doing that right now.
We will have to move on. You only get 9 seconds, Peter, and I know you can't do it all in 9. We'll turn then to 5-minute rounds. Mr. Polyev first, then Ms. Zerowitz.
Which you work, do any paid policy work for the Government of Canada or for the Liberal Party of Canada?
Who is that question for?
Dr. Milligan.
Thanks for the question. Always a pleasure to take a question from the member. I have given policy advice over the last few weeks to the Government of Canada. I have not taken pay for it. What I can say is that I'm a professor at a public university. I'm paid by tax dollars. And I think it's my duty to take calls from
but sorry, just
policy.
We're very limited.
I have the floor, please, remember. I have the floor. I'm trying to answer your question. I would like to answer your question, sir.
Well,
I would like to answer your question.
Please do then. Please try.
Sure. I do take policy questions when it comes from Department of Finance, when it comes from the Prime Minister's office, and also when it comes from an opposition member who's looking for some help on a private member's bill. As you would know from the summer of 2017, when you gave me a call to give some advice, and I was happy to do it. It was a solid bill, and I'll do it again.
Okay, great. So I'll just ask the question again, because you didn't come close to answering it. Do you or any organization for which you work, do any paid policy work for the Government of Canada or for the Liberal Party of Canada? Have you in the last, say, 5 years? Yeah, that's just a quick yes or no.
I've taken no money from the Liberal Party of Canada. And I do currently have a contract through ESDC about a microeconomic simulation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So my next question relates to the debt as a share of GDP. We've had numerous economists, yourself included, make the case that debt is benign, that the government's debt as a share of GDP is 30%, and therefore we ought not be worried about it. But we forget, people who make this argument forget that debt, the debt that the economy of Canada has to support is not just one level of government. If you take all levels of government, our debt to GDP, according to IMF, is now 89%. On top of that, we have corporate and household debt, the combined total of which is 356% of GDP, which is the second highest in the G7. Only bigger is Japan, and is a near an all-time record. The top record was in 2016. Do you believe, Dr. Milligan, that it is sustainable for us to continue to add to our total debt as a nation when it is already it was already 3.5 times the size of our economy in 2018 before the coronavirus struck?
What I think, thank you for the question. What I think is what's important for fiscal policy, whether it's federal, provincial, or thinking of everything together, is to have a fiscal policy that is sustainable in the long run. Now, what we're facing right now in the current crisis is an extraordinary circumstance, and by partially shutting down the economy, debt is being created. That debt might be in the form of households taking on more debt, might be in the form of businesses taking on more debt, and if they were to go bankrupt, it would be in the form of banks taking on more debt. Now, the debt is being created. What we're doing is reallocating that debt from the household sector, from the business sector, some of it going to the public sector. And so the question here not is whether we should have debt, but how we allocate it across sectors. That debt is being generated by the virus. It's not being generated by anything else right now. The question is how we allocate it. And there is some question of what should go on the federal books, what on the provincial, and how much the household and business sector can sustain. And I think that's a very healthy conversation to have now.
But the conversation that you're not having is the shell game of moving debt from this side of the table to that side of the table. All of that debt has to be supported by the same table, which is the Canadian economy. And the quantum total of debt is now 3.5 times the size of our GDP. And the existing government added, with your vocal support, $100 billion roughly to the debt before the first case of coronavirus was ever detected here in Canada. And that goes to our total debt. It's not that it lifted debt off of someone else's back. It increased the total debt that the Canadian economy has to support. And after this is over, as a result, we'll have a greater burden on our shoulders and less maneuverability. Do you believe, you talked about the future, do you believe that we have to return to a balanced budget at a federal level at any point? Or do you believe that we can just continue to add to our national debt even after the economy is fully reopened?
Thanks for the question. I think the member, I hope, would agree with me that when the crisis has calmed down and partially abated, it is a time to take stock of our fiscal policy to ensure that it's sustainable for the long run. And so I certainly would agree that we need to have a sustainable policy and that the emergency measures that we have are not sustainable for the long run. What we have now are extraordinary emergency measures. What I would counsel the committee and the government is that we should not worry right now in the course of the emergency about the sustainability of the measures that are being taken right now. Because if we were to have too much concern about that, that would mean paring back the measures that are supporting Canadian families and supporting Canadian businesses right now that are going to allow them to survive. And that income we're transferring to them now is what will give us the best boost to restart the economy on the other side of the crisis. And I think every penny of that is well spent.
Okay, we'll have to end it. We're slightly over, Pierre. We have to end it there. We'll have to go to Ms. Zerowitz and then on to Mr. Cumming.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much to everyone for the wonderful presentations and for this very important conversation. We have a lot of people on, and I can only direct my questions to a few people because I only have less than 5 minutes. I'm going to direct my first question to Mr. Saul from the Community Food Centres of Canada. You had mentioned that there was an announcement by the federal government of $100 million to improve access to food for Canadians who are facing difficulty. So whether it's social needs or economic needs. I know that the Canadian Food Centres Canada did receive some of that money. My question to you is twofold. First is, do we have yet an idea about what the increase need has been at our food banks? So the numbers as well as who's actually going to these food banks. So that's part one. The second part of the question is, what more do you feel we have to do around food security right now? So not only just in our cities, but sort of along the line. So if I could maybe have you take a stab at responding to that.
Well, having spoken to some of the leaders in the emergency food space, I think you can safely say that demand is up by anywhere between 25 to 50%, depending on the region. And I think we need to be very clear that the sector was hemorrhaging long before COVID came in. I mean, the vast majority of people who are food insecure in this country would never visit a food bank for a whole variety of reasons, which I won't get into here. So the folks who are showing up, racialized communities, women, young people, these are groups that have historically been marginalized, and COVID has absolutely magnified that problem. Let's be very clear that people have been affected disproportionately by COVID. There's simply no way you can self-isolate if you're 5 people in a single apartment with 1 bathroom. There's no way if you're poorly employed that you're going to find a flexible employer, and there's no way you're going to buy extra food because you simply have no money often to buy food in the first place. So there is much anxiety and stress in communities across this country, and many people showing up for the first time because they were shed from the labor market, and they're showing up and saying, I need help. So the short term is, and I think that the $100 million that was released, as I said in my remarks, has had very good impact and supported many people through a very difficult time, and will continue to be important in the medium term. But I think we do need to return to social supports and building incomes that will fireproof us over the long term. And I've talked about some of those things. So it is about income. Food will not solve hunger. Income will, and we need to have strong social infrastructure to support people and an economy that produces jobs that support people to actually make a living and take care of themselves and their families.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question is related to comments that Professor Mulligan and Mr. Serret had mentioned. Professor Mulligan, you had mentioned that there's data that we should be gathering that we're not gathering. And Mr. Serret, you had mentioned that the pandemic is presenting us with an opportunity to think about how do we shift our social welfare system to a system that will better support our workforce in the 21st century. You didn't use those exact words, but I'm paraphrasing you. And so I'm wondering, Professor Mulligan, maybe if you could start off by being a little bit clear about what data we should be gathering, because I truly believe we should be gathering more data and we should be very aware of what. Mr. Serret, if you have any comments about additional data that you think we need to also have, and we'll go from there.
Thanks for the question. For some aspects of data, Statistics Canada has to go out to the provinces or to Canadians and do a survey. It can take a long time. But for other pieces of data and data sources, the government of Canada is already collecting it. So this is what we call administrative data, data that's used in the administration of programs. So we see that in the emergency response benefit now, as of last week, they're updating 3 times a week with the number of applicants to the emergency relief benefit, which is why we know there's now 7.1 million Canadians who are on that benefit. And that's the exact kind of thing we need, but we need to make sure that we have that kind of very timely, up-to-the-day data for the other emergency benefits that are being put in place. So that's one aspect of it. But we can do better than that by using the same kinds of administrative data in different government sources and making sure they become available in a secure and privacy compliant format to inform the policy decisions and the decisions of all Canadians that need to be made.
Thank you. And Mr. Serret, I don't know if you have anything to add. Mr. Serret?
Mr. Serret, do you have anything to add? Unmute your phone, Pierre.
Le petit bouton.
Yes, that little button that I always forget. The EI system was not ready, and the current regime only protects 45% of workers, and it excludes important parts of the population. This crisis proved that to us. 15% of the labor force, and that represents about 20 million people in Canada. So 15% of the labor force has no protection. They have a bit of health insurance, and there's temporary employment, and there's telework, and environmental transitions that are going to change the work environment. And the current EI system is not ready for these changes. And that's why the government needs to start reflecting on all this and have a more modern regime.
Thank you, Mr. Surrey. Yep, I think there's going to be some lessons learned by the time we come out of this. Then turning to Mr. Cumming and on to Peter Fragaskatis. James?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses today. My first questions are for Mr. Brown, and I know it may not look like it, but I was a student at one time, and one of the things that I recall quite fondly about my time as being a student was the work was not, summer work wasn't just work to be able to pay my tuition. It was about an experience, and it was about being able to get out and contribute. So my question for you, and it follows up a little bit with what Raquel was speaking about, is do you not think that we should have something tied to, it could be helping out the food industry, it could be helping out those businesses that are still open, or those frontline businesses that are certainly needing help? I've heard actually from the engineering school in our province, and they have suggested that they could put many students to work on research projects. So I just would like to get your feeling on that. I do think students want to contribute rather than just take the benefit.
Absolutely. So I think there's two parts to that. The first being that with students going to work in this situation where the virus is still very alive and well in Canada, we need to make sure that students are going into workplaces that are secure and safe for them, or that they are doing work at home that can be done at home. I absolutely think that the more that students can be hired, whether it be for various research projects or within other industries that are helping to combat this crisis, is helpful. I certainly hope that the student service grant can be used in situations where companies or organizations may not be able to pay students in that way as well.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting to put them into an unsafe environment. And in fact, I think anything that they do would be in a regulated sense, that we would be following proper health standards. But I do want to follow up and have you follow up with your members. There's going to be a food crisis, and I think there's a huge opportunity for students to be able to help out in that area as it becomes more difficult to get foreign workers into the province. I want to shift to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, in your testimony today, one of the things that struck me is that this is unsustainable. We do have emergency funding, and we all recognize that it's important to have that. But you did talk about there should be some planning around restarting the economy, getting people back to work. That's what people want to do. And you've suggested through a sectoral analysis. And can you elaborate a little bit on that and give us a little bit more of your thinking on that line?
Yes, and I do feel very strongly on this, and I'm not being casual or dismissive of those who are in a risky situation. I am Exhibit A for that because I'm over 65, I'm a male, and I take immunosuppressive drugs for my arthritis. So I'm a triple risk from this horrible virus. I'm not trivializing it. What I have noticed in my enormous readings of the New York Times and the Globe and the Wall Street Journal, and reading as many of the leading epidemiologists as possible, is the repeated note that they have made that the not everyone is equally at risk. And we just know this anecdotally. We know that the nursing homes, the senior citizens homes, extended care homes, whatever we want to call them, these people are tragically at very great risk, partly because they're in an enclosed situation, partly because of their age and their health vulnerability. Whereas I walking into Loblaws at 7 o'clock in the morning, the idea that I'm in the same risk profile as the frontline health workers working every day with people with coronavirus is just preposterous nonsense. I am not at risk at 7 a.m. dashing into Loblaws for 10 minutes where I stay 3 meters away from the nearest person. So what I'm trying to say is I'm just paraphrasing the epidemiologist, that we should be evaluating each of these firms and occupations in terms of what Professor Streak at the University of Bonn called low contact, low risk. Going into a retail store for 5 or 10 minutes is low contact, low risk, as opposed to people in nursing homes or in bars or sporting events where the virus started, by the way, in Germany. It started at a music event where there were thousands and thousands of people drinking and dancing together. And that's where the thing took off. And so we should be measuring and determining which ones are low risk, and then bringing those businesses back slowly, albeit with appropriate distancing measures. Right now, my only criticism is not the government response to the crisis, but it's that we're treating everybody as equally being at risk. So we're saying, let's close everything down except essential services. And they're not being closed down because of they're less at risk, but because they're essential to the economy. I'm suggesting strongly that we should be making a measured, scientific, evidence-based analysis of each of these jobs and companies and so forth. And I would suggest that many of the retail, save and except, of course, bars and restaurants, are low contact, low risk. If I go in with my diploma to a framing store and I'm there for 5 minutes, talk about the frame and the color and the glass, leave the diploma off, the idea that I'm at risk and I'm standing 3 feet away is compared to a doctor in a hospital dealing with people with that risk. It's not credible to say we're both equally at risk. We need to make that assessment.
Mr. Lee, we gotta end it there. We'll go to Mr. Fragiskatis, and then we'll go to one question each from Gabriel, Peter, Mr. Cooper, and Annie Kotrakis. Peter, you're on. Fragiskatis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. The question is for Professor Milligan. Professor, you are not an expert on municipalities, but I still want to ask you about the recent ask that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has put forward to the federal government. They're asking, as you might know, for at least $10 billion of support from Ottawa. You teach students. Students at the post-secondary level live in cities. Any advice, any thoughts on how the federal government should deal with a request like this?
Again, when we think about transit authorities specifically and local government issues, the virus is creating some debt here. And the question is whether that debt should sit on transit authorities, on local governments, provincial books, or on federal books. And that's really how we should think about this. And, my point of view on this is that the provinces are closest to the issues of their local transit systems. There's differences across provinces in how they're funded and how they're structured. I think that it's really should be up to the provinces to figure out which institutions in their provinces should be funded and how they need to get funding. But I also think that the federal government can have some role in providing some of those dollars. So the decisions, I think, ought to be more decentralized. I don't think it's great for the federal government in Ottawa to be deciding which transit authority needs what kind of funding. But I do think that the federal balance sheet is capable of taking a heavy part of the load here. And so I think there could be some federal role here that could happen through funds given to provinces, which then get allocated to local circumstances.
So to confirm, you do believe, though, that there should be a provincial role, a very significant provincial role, taking into account that municipalities are creatures of the provinces?
That's my view. And again, the reason is that different provinces have very different arrangements with local authorities. And so it's really hard to, from the point of view of Ottawa, to design a program that fits all sizes across the country. I do think the federal government has the capability of carrying a heavy part of the debt load that's been generated by this crisis, but the actual decisions on whether to fund one transit authority or another, I think really ought to be done in provincial capitals.
So what do you make of the argument then, Professor? And I know that we've been talking again about students and other issues have been raised here, and perhaps it could be accused of straying from the main topic. But again, cities are, and the experience of cities is so important to the lived reality of everyday Canadians. I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to keep asking you about this. What do you make of the argument that provinces are beginning to raise when they say, for example, that they don't have the funds to assist municipalities, that they don't have that capability, and that all of this should be, or the vast majority of the financial support should be shouldered by the federal government? What do you make of an argument like that?
I think they have a case that their books are strained, and we think about the frame of the long-run sustainability of fiscal policy. It is the case that over the next 20 years, the provinces have a big healthcare burden that they face, and that's not true as much for the federal government. So I do think there is a case to be made that the provincial governments looking forward have a more difficult ability to carry more debt going forward. That said, I do think there is an opportunity when we get through more of this crisis and things hopefully calm down a bit in terms of the speed of the crisis, there will be an opportunity to sit down and make some of these really important long-run decisions about the shape of the fiscal transfers in our federation, because I do think we need to have a full rethink of those. And what we do in the emergency is one thing, but we need to also set a long-run trajectory that makes sense both for federal and provincial governments.
Very short question. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll stick with Professor Milligan. You've talked about how a universal basic income actually is not universal in the sense that it does not assist those particular individuals who have a certain social need that leads them to rely on government more than others. I believe on a recent podcast with David Hurley, you made the case of someone who might be physically disabled, who needs government more than someone who is able-bodied. Yet a universal basic income goes equally. It's distributed equally, but it has very unequal outcomes, if you like. Could you follow up that idea?
Sure. It does depend on how you structure such a benefit, but often when the basic income proposals are made, the idea is that you replace existing benefits. And the thing about existing benefits is they're very often based on needs. So if you are disabled and you need a wheelchair and you're on social assistance, you can get a wheelchair. Under some basic income models where you would replace all existing benefits with one check, you'll be stuck trying to buy a wheelchair with a check. And I don't think that's the good thing to do. I think we need to have benefits that depend on your need and your particular circumstance rather than a one-size-fits-all solution.
Okay, we'll have to end it there. Before I go to the single questions, just a question to the two witnesses who haven't had question yet, to either Mr. Davidson or Mr. Theron. We have to look at ways of coming out of this crisis, and certainly infrastructure is one of them. You mentioned infrastructure. Can you give us an example of what that infrastructure would be, kind of what would the spin-off be, and how fast can it happen? And to Miss Lang, I would ask her on the gymnasts, what's the solution do you see to the rent problem you have, and will the Canadian Emergency Commercial Rent assistance that was announced, will that be helpful, or is there still a crack to fill there? So turning to Mr. Davidson or Ms. Thurin.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Paul Davidson speaking here. And universities are in the front lines of the current effort. We're going to be there during the period of stabilization, and we want to be there for the recovery. And as you know, universities have a reputation for being able to deliver the high quality infrastructure quickly and well. We did it during Mr. Harper's government. We did it in Mr. Trudeau's first term. And the kinds of infrastructure that will really need attention can include deferred maintenance throughout Atlantic Canada. There's large amounts of deferred maintenance that needs to be addressed. Digital infrastructure to make sure that we're robust in terms of cybersecurity and being able to deliver online experience. green infrastructure to make sure that our campuses live up to the expectations of young people today that expect to live and work in green environments, and accessible infrastructure that lives up with the last Parliament's legislation on the Accessibility Act and making sure that universities are inclusive places. Now, that's an important part of the recovery phase, and we stand ready. We have provided to officials $3.8 billion of shovel-ready projects. There are an additional $3.2 billion worth of projects that will be nearly ready. So there's a capacity of about $7 billion distributed right across the country, including in communities large and small. And this is where I go back to universities as being anchor employers in communities with local supply chains, where the benefits of these kinds of investments create quality jobs and better learning environments for our students.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lang. Get a response there, please. Push your mute button. There.
It has been very interesting to listen to the many crises that face our country. And I realize that sport is probably very much last on the agenda. But listening to all of you, we employ 80% of our employees are students. Children at the end are going to be gravely affected by their lack of physical activity over the next year. And what the government has done for us is great for a couple of months, but it will not sustain facilities like ours. Nobody will be able to stay open and be ready, because to have a $250,000 debt without absolutely any revenue is not going to be sustainable. Plus the fact that we are one of those organizations that cannot, as you have all said, slowly re-engage back into the economics. We are unable to do anything because we are in close contact. And although our children may not be as sick, they are and tend to be carriers, and those that are working with them are certainly middle-aged and old like myself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lang. Gabriel St. Marie, one quick question, please, and then on to Mr. Julian.
Oui, Monsieur Lebel, dans votre présentation.
Yes, Mr. Lebel, in your presentation, you talked about the issues concerning student researchers. Could you describe their challenges and needs with examples and provide perhaps solutions? Yes, I can give you my example, and I am I'm pursuing a doctorate in microbiology, and I work on farms. If this crisis had struck during the practical phase of my project, I would have had to wait 1, maybe even 2 years to restart this study from the beginning, actually, to start all over again, because it needs to have a continuous experimental phase. And so the programs have to take this into account and provide extra funding for students to obtain their diploma. Otherwise, millions of dollars will be wasted due to the crisis.
Peter?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ma question se pose à Monsieur Serré.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Serré. Many unemployed people are racking up debt now, and families are accumulating debt. Is it important that during this crisis, the government compel large banks, which make huge profits, to reduce their interest rates and stop penalizing average Canadians? For example, the Caisse Populaire have reduced their interest rates to 0. Do you think that the federal government should use the tools that has at its disposal so that the unemployed do not rack up more debt than they need to? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the question, but I heard enough of it to answer. Yes, absolutely. Workers build society. Everything you see around you was built by workers. The current crisis is brutal. The current level of unemployment is brutal. we must ensure that people do not emerge from this crisis indebted up to the eyes. So yes, there is a CERB. That's great. We have been able to help seasonal workers and other people who have lost some income. And for students, that's all great. But we also have to implement other measures at other levels. For example, interest rates on loans and on credit cards. Credit card balances. So many things can be done on many different fronts, and they have to be done so that everybody can emerge from the crisis in the best shape possible and prepare themselves for the post-crisis and for the next crisis. We are experiencing a historic moment, and like every historic moment, we must learn lessons from this experience and emerge stronger for the future. Thank you.
Both Michael Cooper, if we could have a quick question, and then to Annie Katrakis.
I'll direct my question to Professor Lee. Professor, I completely agree with your comments that this is unsustainable in terms of we're only 5 weeks into this lockdown, and there's been billions and billions and billions of dollars spent. It's tough to imagine another month or 2 months. You cited a few jurisdictions, Germany and Denmark, I believe, in your presentation. Perhaps you could elaborate a little bit about what they are doing. And also, you cited about a vaccine. I mean, I've heard some people say, well, unless we have a vaccine, we need to continue with essentially an effective lockdown. In the case of SARS, it's been 17 years and there is no vaccine. So one of the concerns I have as we try to find an off-ramp to this, all the while being guided by public health officials, is that the goalposts are shifting from the basis the basis or the objective of this effective shutdown, which is to flatten the curve and ensure that our hospital system isn't overwhelmed. I wonder if you share that concern.
Right. There's two parts there. Let me just deal with the last one first. I don't pretend I'm a medical doctor or an epidemiologist. I certainly read them I watch the press conferences every day with the scientists around Trump and other medical, of course, the medical reports in Canada. And I'm really fascinated by Premier Legault of Quebec, who I think is doing some very innovative things about trying to bring the economy back while acknowledging they do not have a vaccine for this. There are other illnesses, as we know, for which there is no vaccine. There's no vaccine for influenza. And although a lot of people get angry when you use that word, my late father died of pneumonia caused by influenza. It's not a trivial illness. It's a very horrible illness in its own right. And yet we've managed to adapt and live with it and take precautions there too. Very quickly for Europe, they're doing, everything I've read, I can get my hands on in terms of the European countries, they're taking a risk-based approach, advocated, by the way, in Canada by the C.D. Howe Research Institute in Toronto, where we evaluate different occupations, different professions, different industries, different companies to determine the level of risk. So I think that there is a path forward because the total indebtedness in our country, corporate, personal, and government, is 350% debt to GDP. And I urge everyone to read David Rosenberg's op-ed today in the Financial Post that have the numbers unpacked.
Okay, thank you. Then turning to Annie Katrakis to wrap it up. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank everyone for your comments and your presentations today. This has been a great conversation and very useful for things to think going forward. My question will be addressed to Mr. Davidson or Ms. Terrier, to Universities Canada. An op-ed posted on your website states universities, and I'm quoting, universities are well positioned to make immediate and impactful contributions in addressing the COVID pandemic. Can you elaborate on this statement and provide more detail around the collaboration between universities, industry, and governments to address this pandemic? And how is federal funding being used to support these projects while maintaining safe work environments for researchers?
I'll invite Wendy to reply to that question. Wendy.
Go ahead, Wendy. Ms. Thorent.
Thank you very much. Can you folks hear me okay? There was a problem with my microphone earlier.
We have you.
Perfect. Thank you so very much for the question. In fact, Canada's universities have been very pleased with the investments in research that have been made by the federal government, which have enabled laboratories across our country to contribute to finding a vaccine to COVID-19. Canada's universities have also been partnering with their local provinces and their local health authorities to provide personal protective equipment to support frontline workers in the response. And Canada's universities have also been doing research in the social sciences disciplines to understand the impacts that the COVID-19 will have on populations across the country, and to support in the preparedness for future crises. And so these are some of the ways that we've been able to support in the response. And then looking forward, we think about the importance that enabling our research environment to be up and running quickly, because though urgent research is continuing, much research has also been fallowed, and it will be important to enable the research ecosystem to be up and running quickly to support in the innovation and economic recovery of our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much for you both. Sasha McNichol, you didn't get an opportunity to say anything. Do you want to make a point to close it off for the panelists?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Easter. I think I would just say that when we're thinking about the people who are suffering most from food insecurity and poverty, and when we go forward after this crisis, I think we need to focus on single adults, because 43% of people who are food insecure are unattached adults. The federal government has very generous benefits for children and for seniors. And so we would really encourage you all to consider how we can better support single adults through, for example, measures like making the disability tax credit refundable, especially for those who aren't able to work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for taking the opportunity. To the panelists, I do, and I ask committee members to stay for a moment. We need to look at the themes for next week. I have a proposal, but I do want to thank panelists for coming forward, taking your time, your good suggestions. I think if there is one thing that we are seeing in these hearings, and we'll have to get a summary of evidence before too long, but there is certainly a lot of lessons that can be learned from a crisis such as this. We have to deal with the immediacy of the problem, the income, the business, the rents, you name it, but there's policy changes that can be made going forward as well. So thank you all for your presentations. Just turning to committee members. and gear that up for the next week? Is that too late?
Gladly, I just think we need to hear them. The later we leave it, because I think that's more related to the emergency response and these programs. So I think sooner is better, but I'll leave it in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll see what we can do with it. I think it is a good suggestion. I think we need to hear from some of the ministers who we've been hearing from the Minister of Finance, certainly, who's got overall responsibility. But we need to hear from some of the ministers who have specific responsibilities in some of the areas that programs has taken place. So maybe we can run something along those lines. Okay, folks, I know there's an event taking place in honor of those in Nova Scotia. That's taking place shortly. We may want to participate in that as well. So with that, I'll thank everyone. Thank the members for their endurance. Keep in mind we need witnesses for next week by 6 o'clock Sunday night. And with that, we'll thank everyone again and adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, Elizabeth. Sorry we couldn't get you on.